Hello and good morning. It's a cool morning from the Mandela National Stadium here in Nambole, and welcome to this year's National Track and Field Championships 2025 here in Nambole. We are very happy to be relaying this live from here. A few challenges here and there. We're not allowed to use the main field today. As you can see, that there is nothing like a field events happening in the main stadium. Apart from the jumps, the long jump that is happening. The throws are happening outside of the stadium, not even in the main warm-up field, but rather in the garden of the stadium. This is because Uganda is hosting the CHAN tournament, the Championship of Nations football tournament. Here, it's happening here in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. The Pamoja bid, that is in the build-up for AFCON, that happens in 2027. So basically, we have had to do a lot of things. We have had to do a lot of negotiation to ensure that we actually get to use this facility, because ideally, this should have been a two-day event, but we have been squeezed and we are barely surviving. But you're most welcome to the stream live with us. My name is Francis Onyango, and with me is none other than
Let's Go Kasim, original Luo.
Original Luo, who is a big brother to the proud Luo, who is Benson Okot, who is a sprinter. Thank you very much for being here with us. Right now, happening on track is the women's 10,000 meters. This has attracted relatively very few athletes. What do you think is the issue?
Thank you, Francis, and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening across the globe. You know, we are on different time zones. So, guys in the US, apparently it's night for them, or it is late evening. Yeah. To hit straight to the question, the low turn up, especially in the first track event, is it is attributed to the sudden change we've had a couple of days. Like Francis said, this is an unusual championship whereby you're closing the season and you're only having one day. You know, it's a one-day event, which we are not used to. However, previously it was the calendar. It was meant to be a 3-day championship. However, like Francis said, circumstances are beyond our control. So that's why we have the low turn-up, and most teams couldn't bear this sudden change, you know, from 2 days event from originally 3 days event to 2 days. Then as of yesterday, the communication we got was like, oh, we are only having 1 day, which is today. So nonetheless, the event has to take place, because we don't have any other alternative. So yes, so on track we are having the women's 10,000 meters, which is coming to a close. They have about 3 laps left, and the extreme side of the field we are having a horizontal jump. I'm yet to check on the program. I don't know which jump it is. Is it long jump or a jump? Yeah. Yeah, we have the men long jump. It's a final. So, like Francis said, it is unusual championship whereby we are not allowed to use the green, the football playing surface. So the throws are all happening outside in the garden. For those of you who are well acquainted with the environment of Nambole, the stadium, we have the main football playing field inside, then the warm-up track, and on the warm-up track we are only having the javelin throw, Then the other throws, shot put, discus are taking place in the gardens, you know. Yeah, because we are hosting Chan in just a couple of days' time. So once again, I'm happy to be working with Francis. We last worked together in Mokono. Yeah, so that's how long it has been. And somewhere, somehow, at the beginning of the season, I featured for a short while. I was just moving around, and I came across Francis, and then I grabbed the mic, just say hello. Mildred, I salute you. I know you are following this event closely. So, women's 10,000 meters, the lead has taken the bell. It's not that it's competition. I don't want to say it is tight, because when you look at the gap between number 1 and number 2, it is approximately 90 meters. So Francis, like I was saying, the low turn-up is due to the changes that we've had in it. Yeah. But nonetheless, the event had to take place. The championship had to come today, because we couldn't go to Chambogo because it's a grass track. We couldn't go to UCU because we have athletes who are looking forward to qualifying for major international competitions. Yeah. We have our university team, that's the national university team that is in Germany, and led by Coach Kiwa himself. Then we also have our secondary school national team that is set to travel to Algeria. I think they'll be traveling on Monday next week. Yeah. So,
beehive of activity, and but coming back here, I am actually happy that despite the challenges, everything is happening. And for a championship that should have lasted 2 days, we have had to squeeze everything in one day. So it's very action-packed. It's a bit limiting to the athletes because you cannot enter for, it's risky to enter more than one event. For example, a sprinter that likes to do the 100 and 200 meters, you cannot say, I'll run the 100 and 200 meters, because you have to run the heat, the semi-finals, and then the final, and then you probably the relay later on. And so basically, it's in a very tight spot for Uganda athletics, in a very tight spot. And but we're happy that it happened. It would have been worse if we were denied total access to Nambola. This is the only field that has the kind of accessories that we have. But perhaps the challenge will continue unless we take
you have spoken my mind. Need I repeat it? Well, I can only say it is my humble appeal to the powers that be in Uganda athletics that it's high time we started looking beyond Nambole. You know, I know land outside Kampala, land is still relatively cheap. I happen to have interacted with some gentleman, and he told me along Koge Blue Highway, there's a gentleman who has over 60 acres. And he was looking for partnership with any sporting federation that could enter an agreement and lease the land to them, you know. Exactly.
a former sports personality or something like that, or he just has.
I think either he's a former sportsman or he's a man who is he loves sport, and he's seeing his land is lying idle. So, and the best investment he could have is a sports facility. So I'm like, what if Uganda Athletics entered into an agreement with him, and then he leased the land to us, and then even if we have something like the outside track,
We actually don't need this whole number. Our main interest is to have the standard running track, rules, so basically, we don't need so much. And actually, when you look at very many, so many facilities out there, not, we don't need the whole. We need what works.
yes, I've watched some of the Diamond League. Like yeah. For example, there's a university in the U.S. which hosted one of the Diamond League events, and when you look at their stadium, it's not like this where we are seated. Yeah, just like maybe a simple pavilion and that running track with all the other facilities intact. And I'm like, Koge is not far from Kampala. It's not far from Kampala. And besides, you'll not have all these kinds of terms and conditions put on you. Exactly my point. So I think if the leadership of our federation could think along that line, then believe you me, we shall even because once you have such a facility, trust me, Francis, you'll not be wasting money in paying rent for your office.
So head office, that becomes your center of operation.
Exactly.
So,
So I think moving forward, we need to think along that line. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, on track we are having our next event, which is the 400 meters women, and it is going to be a semi-final. Semi-final. So here, do we look at the likes of Shida Leni? Is she in the house? I can see Hit One has semi-final one. Yes. I can see Anamo Vicky Stella from prison. Yes, we have Anamo Vicky from Amuria. We have Alo Zion from Tororo. Suvi Denise Ndeje. Ntege from Uganda Christian University. Auma Mary from Prisons. Wanruku Stella from Prisons. Akwenyi Malvin from Tororo. And Banura Morin from Uganda Police. So, yeah, Hit One seems to be full of stars, and these ladies are going to give us some good run here, and hopefully we shall see some good time falling. Yeah, so let's just keep watching, and as we wait for Hit 2.
Most of these girls were in Kenya the other day for at the Kenyan trials for the World Championship. Shida Leni finished second in the 400 meters. Then we also had the women a girls team in the 4x4. I see Banura was there, Malvin Kwenye was there, Shida Leni, and the fourth person, Mary was also there.
Mary Onapa?
Mary Prisons.
Oh, yes. Auma Mary Onapa. Yeah, and I'm looking at actually if we intentionally or deliberately decided to grill these girls in regard to 4x4, believe you me, we can get something out of them.
Yeah, true. I like to quote Mildred always insists on saying relays is the way to go. And through relays, we have a lot of opportunities that many people can enjoy. You may not be very good individually, but collectively, you can beat the world.
Let me put it this way, that individually you may not qualify, but with a quartet, a team, like that, you can easily, because when you look at Shida Leni, she's on top of her game. you know. And when you look at Melvin, she's the new girl on the block. And then with when you team them with the likes of Wonruku, Stella, and the Banura Morin, she's a fighter. Believe you me, if we missed out on maybe the first edition, and believe you me, the second edition, like world release, we may not fail to qualify with these girls when properly handled. I believe we can make it.
And consistently, you know, at that.
Yeah, consistency is the other thing, you know. We featured probably one time, and then we are not consistent, but if we consistently and deliberately decide to take that route, believe you me, we can make it to the world release.
Yeah, somebody just called me. Let's work around the challenge. I'm told that the sound is very low, and you cannot hear the commentary very well. Let's work around it, and we'll rectify the problem.
Oh, could it be we are sounding low? Is it because our battery is low in terms of breakfast, or? But if that's the case, then believe you me, Francis is doing something here, and after. I'm saying you're doing something. I've not said what you're doing, but I'm saying you're doing something, and after that, believe you me, his voice will come out loud and clear. And from the look of things, hit one is set. Hit one is set. Francis, first hold on here.
Okay, so we have the first semi-final of the women's 400 meters on track right now. And we have, I can see that lane 2 is empty. So we will have, in lane 1, Anamo Vicky from Mamuria. In lane 2, we should have had Lower Zion from Tororo, but she's not here. In lane number 3, we have Subi Denise Ntege from Uganda Christian University. And then we have in lane number 4, Auma Mary from Uganda Prisons. Lane 5, Wonruku Stella Akulu. Lane 7, Akwenye Malvin and Banura Morin in lane number 7. And off they have gone. So on paper, naturally, you'd imagine this is going to be between the three, Banura, Melvin, and Stella Wonruku. Stella Wonruku is the most experienced of them all, having been around for quite a while. But at some point she was off the track, and then she came back. Let's see what this race turns out to as they come to the final 100 meters. It is still pretty much, it's now between Banura Morin in the out and Malvin Akwenye from Tororo. But Banura seems to be pulling away. Malvin is not exactly giving up, but I think it's going to go to the wire, and Banura wins this race in lane 7, from lane 7. Malvin coming in third, and Auma Mary coming in, coming in third. Malvin second. And now the next semi-final, because we're going to have two semi-final races.
Yeah, like I said, for hit one, when you have a lady like Maureen Banura, who is a fighter, she doesn't give up until it is over. And I like that kind of spirit, exactly what Halima Nakai has. Until it is over, you don't tell them it is over, you know? Yeah. So I saw from the word go, Banura, having taken the advantage of being in the outer lane, she knew what was coming behind her, and eventually she just went on to win. So in hit 2, we are having Shida Leni. She's running in the outer lane, lane 7 as well. And I know she is going to go all out. because I know she knows behind her there are upcoming athletes who can give her a run for her life. And let's wait and see as they are setting their blocks. And of course, let's not forget that Shida Leni is the 400-meter record holder, of course the national record holder, and also she is the defending champion. So I'm sure behind like at the back of her mind, she's running with the probably two things on her mind. One, to retain the title, and also to better her record, maybe by breaking or maintaining, or so we wait and see what happens. So for now, France is still loading something, and he will come out better than he was before. So yeah, the Heat 2 is taking on their mark, and in lane 1 we have Angunda Joy from Ndeje University, we have Atiang Mary from Tororo, Nguyo Judith from Uganda Prisons, we have Birieri Evelyn from Uganda Prisons, Namuonge Jennifer in lane 5 from KCCA, in lane 6 Akulu Monica, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and in lane 7 Shida Leni from Uganda Police, in that order. So here I put my bet on Shida Leni being challenged. Yes, and I'm seeing she's going to get her challenge in Atiang Mary, lane 2 from Tororo, because she's also one girl that has consistently maintained her performance from the word go of the season. So there we wait to see the gun go off and the ladies give us the competition that we've been waiting for. So as we wait for the start team to get set, I think Senior Nalis is loading the gun. Just to pick from the just concluded under 18 and under 20 Africa Championship that took place in Nigeria, I think Africa as a whole is on the right track, especially in the sprints, because I saw if all factors remain constant, those girls and boys that showcased their talent in Nigeria, give them 10 years, leaving other factors constant, the world will cry in the hands of Africa, believe you me. So they get on their mark. I think there's some problem with the gun, because it has jammed again the second time. So I was happy, Francis, to see, previously they would say sprints were not a thing for Africa. But I'm happy that an 18-year-old or below 18-year-old boy from Kenya took gold. There they go, and Shida Leni from the start, she just opened the gap between her and her closest in lane 6. And from the look of things, she is going, because there seemed not to be anyone coming close to her.
This was really expected, Kashim, because none of these girls will scratch Shida even a little. She has all the experience, she has the strength, she has it all. Um, well, but I hope that she makes good time because the qualification for the final is, I think, going to be time-based. But you spoke about this young girl in, okay, this Shida wins this easily as expected. But you spoke about this young girl at young Mary. I don't know if there's a problem or not, but she has been this very good performer this whole season. And I know we've talked about her and we've always said, I hope she's in the right hands of the, with a coach that really monitors her performance, because she's a talent. She's a raw talent. When you look at her, she's really young, and she goes all out. I think she's been coached by Justin Baiga from Old Kampala SS. Yeah, so Justin Baiga herself, a former national record holder in this, she was like a sprint queen in her time here in Uganda. From 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, she was there. And yes, Shida Leni has been consistently, breaking her records one by one. So now coming next on track is going to be the men's 400 meters. 400 meters for the men, and we have about 5 heats. Yeah, we have 4 heats of the 400 meters for the men, and then in heat 1 we have Onapa Robinson from Uganda Christian University. We have Sentai Eric from Luwero. We have Adilu Francis, Uganda Police. We have Onenchan Brian from UPDF. Nyanzi Tebi from Makerere University. Osuta Dison from Terego, and we have Ariti James from UPDF. But okay, this is one challenge that we keep getting. People register for races and then they do not show up. So the start list here has 7 athletes. We have no one in lane 8, no one in lane 7, no one in lane 6. Okay? So that for me becomes a big problem. So we basically have 4 athletes. We only have Sentai Eric from Luwero in lane number 2. We have Adilu Francis in lane number 3, and in lane number 4. Lane number 4, we have Onenchan Brian, and in lane 5, we have Nyanzi Tebi. Well, it's a smaller field than we expected, but let's wait and see how they fare. The next heat will be a lot more interesting. I see Okwi Eric, and Okwi Eric is and we have Omuka Kenneth. So yeah, that is going to be a faster heat, definitely, without a doubt. Okay, I think the gun is giving us crap. I don't know, and this causes some very unnecessary delays, and then Kasim, as a former athlete, what happens whenever the gun fails, and because you've warmed up, you come to the call room, you're still warm, you come to the track, now you're ready to go, your mind is focused on get set, go, and then nothing. Second time, nothing.
Well, in that situation, it creates that sense of mental disorganization, because it creates also tension, unnecessary tension, anxiety, and if you're not careful, you end up even beating the gun, So coming to this, I want to believe that the gun was not even serviced. I'm very sure it was not serviced. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having that kind of misbehavior. It is. But regardless, for a sprinter who is focused, they can always remain focused, no matter how many times the gun disturbs, yeah. But technically, it creates that sense of anxiety, unnecessary tension, and name it. But let's wait and see. Probably it is on now. Yeah. Yeah, they've tested it and it is sounding proper. And let's wait and see what happens. I just pray and hope it doesn't misbehave again. Yeah.
It kills the vibe. What we call the vibe, you're used to, athletes are being turned out of the cold room, get on your mark, set, go, get on your mark, set, go, like that. But then, if you come and then the mood dies somehow. But, well, let's hope for the best. Dear viewers, we are live from broadcasting from the Mandela National Stadium here in Mbole, and right now we have the 400 meters for men, the very first heat. And in this particular heat, we have only 4 athletes. Unfortunately, many of them that registered did not turn up today. I don't know why. I don't know what excuse they have. But yes, these guys are going off. And I know that qualification for the final is going to be time-based. So the faster you run your heat, the more the chances that you will qualify. So that sometimes actually puts people in a bit of dilemma. How? When you put in a weaker heat and you are the star, and then you run and then you're like off, you're on your own, if you're not careful, you end up losing out on time. You end up not performing very well. But yes, this race has been won by Onentian Brian from UPDF. And let's wait and see the next hit. I know the last time we were here, we had the 200 meters final, and on that day, Musa Isavide won his hit very, very convincingly, but he didn't qualify to run the final. He was utterly shocked, very, very, very shocked. I think I also didn't know that they were considering time. I thought they were considering maybe positions, yeah. So he ended up not qualifying for the heat, but he won very convincingly. He was put in a heat in which he was literally the one-eyed man among the blind, something like that. but no disrespect to him, really.
Well, such things happen whereby you are the only star among the weaklings, and then you are running. You are focused on being number one rather than being focused on running time. Yeah, because I always tell the athletes I train that you are going for your race, but you are focusing on running position. You are running someone. Why don't you focus on running time? Because assuming you go for the competition and then an eventuality happens and then they tell you, we are not proceeding with the competition, but we are considering time. And what happens?
We shall give the award depending on people's time.
And you find yourself out. So that, I hope that Issa really learned from that mistake, because he's a seasoned athlete, he's an experienced sprinter. This shouldn't have happened to him. It should have happened to a one Kawulu from Agago who has never even put on spikes, And then, because for them, they are used to running position, but then, I hope and pray he learned from that mistake. So in Heat 2, we are seeing lane 7. Who is in lane 7? That is Okwi Eric. Then Omuka in lane 4. That competition is going to be a good one.
Yeah, let's see, for us, the viewers, the more the competition on track, the better it is for us. We enjoy the action all the same. But yes, in this particular heat, we in lane number 1, we have Kidega Nono Lawrence from Uganda Christian University. We have lane 2, Ambayo Boniface from Deji University. We have in lane 3, Oweha Samuel Saddam from UPDF. We have Muka Kenneth in lane number 4. We have Ajalu Joshua in lane number 5. And then we have Okwi Eric. This is interesting. And I'm happy to see in the next heat we will be seeing a veteran of the sport here. This is Leonardo Payne, who has been around he's been around for a while, and but he still comes here and races, and it's good to see him come here and race. Yeah, I think the gun is really giving us a problem this particular day. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why the gun keeps failing. There we see Majid handling it. Majid is belongs to UPDF Athletics Club. Yeah. So we have quite a forest of activity today, and we cannot afford to waste any minute. We have so many activities, so many races to come, and unfortunately we are being bogged by the gun. It's quite sad because we risk not finishing our events, and yet we cannot not finish the events. It's the national championships. People need to be given their awards. Kasim, how many times were you a national champion back then as you were a runner?
Sorry, viewers, I was still loading my gun also. As the gun on track was jamming, mine also, this side was jamming, so I had to first load one bullet of a very sweet, delicious, natural banana. In Uganda, we call it bogoya. Yeah, very. All right, I'll answer Francis's question later on, but let's first focus on the 400 meters. Heat 2. And we see Okwi Eric is closing on. Actually, Okwi Eric is in lane 6, and lane 7 has someone. But Omuka Kenneth is closing on Okwi Eric, and Kennedy of Prisons. So it's a 3-man race. With Omuka tentatively leading by a small margin, but Kennedy in the outer lane. Kennedy seems to be taking the day. Kennedy takes, from the look of things. Kennedy, Omuka, and then Okwi Eric in that order. Sure? Anyway. Then Kennedy, then, all right. In my running days, I was a champion depending on which level. University level, national level. No, I'm not beating around the bush. I'm just trying to figure out exactly, because the question seemed to have been open-ended. But anyway.
Of athletics in Uganda right now. I'm talking about this level.
Okay. I happen to be a champion, a national champion, once. That was in the 200 meters, 2006. Yeah.
If we go to the archives, we can confirm that.
Please, you can confirm. Yes, please. So, yes, here we are. In heat 3. Heat 3. Let me see. Heat 3, we have in lane 1, Odong Innocent from Gulu City. Lane 2, Okelo Darius from Tuku Africa. Talk of Tuku Africa. This is a club that belongs to legendary radio presenter and musician Rasta Rob MC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So in lane 3, we have Goni Emmanuel from Uganda Prisons. Lane 4, Ndiwoloye Nifu from Kampala Kids Academy. In lane 5, Abraham Abu from South Sudan. In lane 6, we have Ambayo Fred from Uganda Prisons. In lane 7, we have Opin Leonard. I would want to call him a veteran. He's a legendary, 400-meter runner. I don't know whether he's making a comeback or is coming to show the kids that, I was once there, I did it, I can still come and do it again. Yeah, but it makes me come with this question, Francis. Opin Leonard, seasoned quarter miler, and at one point he did lots of 800 meters, I think for about 2-3 seasons, and then we are seeing him back in 400 meters. I mean, what could be going on here? Is it something good for an athlete to keep going forward and then backward, or?
Good thing you are the athlete. You are the technical one here. Tell me.
Francis, he's technical at throwing back a question designed for him. But I would say Leonard shouldn't be doing 400 for now. Instead, he should have been focusing on 800 meters because he was doing pretty much well in 800 meters, because considering the time he has run 400 meters when he was at his best with all the energy playing by his side, I mean, he should have focused on 800 meters, and he was very good at that. There they go, hit 3, and Leonard, from the look of things, has pulled away from the rest of the athletes, and is leading by a margin of about 6 meters, and let's see if he can maintain that. But being a seasoned athlete, a seasoned 400-meter runner, he knows how to calculate his race, and he has come out of the second curve facing the home stretch, still leading, but the
guy from South Sudan is also very strong, and you can see that the South Sudanese athlete has timed this race to perfection. He is going to win, and Opin eventually finishes third. Because also in lane number 3, we had Goni Emmanuel from Uganda Prisons, who ditched him just towards the end. So you can see that. Probably Opin Leonard went off very hard, and it was not easy that he would, it wasn't very obvious that he would maintain his top speed up to the end. But nonetheless, for me, I'm happy to see Opin coming here and running. So then we have one more hit in the 400 meters for the men here right now. This heat, again, I see the guys that are coming in are relatively very young athletes, but again, we have a different number of people on the start list, and then we have fewer people on track. I don't know what normally happens, that people register for races, and then race day comes, they don't show up. Quite unfortunate. So in this heat, we have Ogenrot Innocent from Kampala Kids Academy. We have Tusherure Turiatunga from Uganda Christian University. We have Erago Joseph from UPDF. In lane number 4, we should have Wohorat Geoffrey Oloya from Uganda Para Athletics. Then we have Aikochera Ivan from Terego. I love these Teregians. They come, they do their business. And then in lane number 6, we have Oirworth Jacob. There is nobody. We should have had Kipchumba Wilberforce from Kenya, but he's not here. The Kenyans just did their trials for World Championships, and kudos to them for organizing that. The thing is, they have a much bigger pool than us, and surprisingly now, the Kenyans seem to be doing very well in the sprint. Very, very well. I don't know what it is that they are doing right, but they seem to be doing very well in the sprint, contrary to what we grew up knowing Kenyans to be. And Ugandans, we grew up, when I was growing up, sprints were the in thing. Long distance wasn't really our thing. So the tables have turned, and now in Uganda it is long distance. So these young boys have gone off very fast, and like I told you, I love the Terregians, and that guy in the light green vest is from Terego, and that is Aiko. How do you pronounce his name? Aiko Echora. Aiko Echora from Terego. He has this race, and it's this race to lose. There's no one is going to challenge him whatsoever. He's going to quit. But wait, no. That is Erago Joseph from, Erago Joseph. So today they've confused me. Normally, the light green vest, I'm very used to them being from Terego. They came in those vests, and the first time they came in those vests, it was very amazing to see them. And this is what we keep saying. We would love a scenario where people dress up in their club attire, and we don't see the national attire here. That is what we pray for, always. But some people, I think, feel so good wearing Uganda. But you don't wear Uganda and you don't work hard, Wear Uganda only when you deserve it. Not everyone. In fact,
Anyway, let me go back to how Kenya has done it. I happened to talk to some gentleman from Kenya Athletics. We met in Dar es Salaam last year, in 2023, when we met in Tanzania during the under 18 and under 20 championship, and we were interacting. And he told me that Kenya came up with a 10-year strategic plan of having a 360-degree performance in athletics, not only mid and long distance, but also bringing sprints and then field events. But it didn't take even 5 years in that strategy, in the 10 years. So like the common African saying that someone came from nowhere. So quote unquote, Julius Yego came from nowhere and he won the world championship.
And in that particular championship, interesting to note that it was very strange. They had Julius Yego, and then they had a very virtually unknown Nicholas Bett, rest in peace, the 400 meters hurdles.
Yeah, so it was that plan that Kenya Athletics, in conjunction with their government, they sat down and were like, no, Uganda used to be the powerhouse in East and Central Africa, sprints and field events. We can go back to history. But then what areas? No, we have. Let's get back on the drawing table. So that's how they came up with that. And that's why today we are proud to say our brothers and sisters in Kenya have produced Ferdinand Omanyala, and there are many Omanyalas behind there. I just gave you an example. Recently in Nigeria, we were watching the under 18 and under 20, whereby a boy who is below 18, he sprang to gold from, I would say, from nowhere, quote unquote, from nowhere, but not from nowhere. This boy was being manufactured somewhere in Kenya. So I want to believe that if we also choose deliberately that very step to say, let us revive sprints and field events, we are good to go. We have immense talent out there, Francis. This one I can attest to it. Recently, I was in Kabale for primary schools national athletics championship. The amount of talent I saw there was so immense. I worked in the jumps. I saw the talent that kids were displaying there. I'm like, if only we could deliberately invest in these young talents, believe you me, we shall get back and even beyond what we had in the 60s, 70s, and even the early 80s.
Yeah, sure. Interesting to note for me now, we're going next on track is going to be the 100 meters, both the for men and the women. I want to categorically state it here that, okay, I don't know if it's me or if it's going to happen, but we may need an ambulance. Guess why? We have a certain former athlete that has decided to come and run. I don't know whether he's running his retirement race or whether he's doing what, but he goes by the name Emmanuel Nwagaba. I have picture evidence that suggests he is already in the call room. And he is here to run. I don't know which heat he's going to run in, but I know that he's here. Proudlo, unfortunately, if you're watching, your man is here. And we have evidence that suggests he's in the call room. Nwagaba Emmanuel in 100 meters, heat number 5. And he's going to run in lane 7. Good to see him come back here and, come and run. I don't know if he's going to run his retirement race, but whatever the case, he would have retired too soon anyway. So I don't know whether he's just making a comeback to athletics. Meanwhile, we have the long jump ongoing. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, because of the limitation in equipment that we have currently, we cannot broadcast the field events that easily. But with time, we'll get there slowly. For now, we are just happy to be broadcasting everything happening, especially on track. And we are happy that so far, so good. So we will have the men going off fast in this 100 meters. And they're preparing their blocks. So in the first heat of the men's 100 meters, we will have Munguleni Deogracias from Arua City in lane 1. Lane number 2 is Chiguli Trevor from KCCA Athletics Club. Lane number 3, Siep Deng Malek from South Sudan. In lane number 4, Abila Henry from Uganda Prisons. Lane number 5, Onyanga Isaac from UPDF. Lane number 6, Olipa Sharif from KCCA. Okelo Mike from Tororo in lane 7. And in lane 8, we'll have Ewich Moses from Uganda Prisons Athletics Club. So, there's no one in lane 1, unfortunately. I love races that have full participation. This one's break. Today also we're going to be seeing the likes of Halima Nakai also participating in the. She's registered for the 1,500 meters. I hope she came. I hope she's going to be there. I hope she's going to give the girls a run for. She's going to show them. When the stars come and participate here, for me, I like it because then it helps us to gauge ourselves. You who is not a star, when you know I'm running against a former world champion in Halima Nakai, you see what it shows. It gives you an idea of what it means to run at that level. And it gives you an idea of how much work you have to do. It doesn't matter if she beats you. the issue is how far, how badly has she beaten me? Then you work towards it. Okay, the next time we meet, can I lower the distance? Can I lower the gap? Can I lower? So this is the motivation I think we get from by having them participate in this event. This is my thinking.
I remember a while ago, I can't categorically tell which season it was. We had Joshua Cheptegei feature in 1,500 meters alongside Musagala Ronald. And believe you me, the crop of athletes that ran in that heat will never forget that experience. Running against two world's best, you know, I'm very sure to date it still runs in their mind that yes, I raced against two of the best of the world athletes that Uganda has ever produced. So yeah, that one. And in Kenya, it is their tradition that during their national championships, regardless of whether you are a star whether from planet Earth, Jupiter, name it, you come and run home. You come and run home on the home ground where everyone is able to see you. So I think we could also borrow a leaf from Kenya and we make sure that our stars come and run from home and they give us that. So yes, they go, hit one is off, and it's a tight race. I can't tell who is taking it, and in lane 3, yeah. Then Olipa Sharif. And South Sudan, by the way, is also a nation that is coming up steadily, slowly in the sun. Let's just give them some time. And if it wasn't for the political uncertainties there, you know, otherwise they have also immense talent, you know, in athletics, yeah.
And I'm happy that Uganda has been playing Big Brother by hosting them here when, you know, as they develop their facilities back home in South Sudan, they come here and run. It's a good thing. And some of them have come off from here and gone on to, you know, represent South Sudan in major events internationally. So, Mr. Godwin Biamukama, wherever you're watching from, Emmanuel, the fastest Munyankore is here, either to end his career or to rejuvenate his career. I don't know if you have planned to end your career officially. You guys, we demand you. Kasim Latigo himself here, Ali Ngaimoko, Godwin, we need a retirement race. And I thought we would have had it during this national champs, but you guys keep chickening out. Anyhow, we have heat number 2, and the athletes are preparing their blocks here now. And in this particular heat, we have Antambi Ernest, Kampala Kids in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Timothy Kisa from KCCA. In lane number 3, we have Odon Dickens, Uganda Christian University. And then we have the former national record holder in this distance, Isabel Musa from Uganda Prisons. Ndiwoloye Nifu from Kampala Kids Academy. We have Tyson Juma from Kenya, but is he here? And then we're supposed to have Bate Case, Uganda Christian University, and the Bullet, Obuto Solomon from Uganda Prisons. I call him the Bullet because he has this very powerful takeoff. When he takes off, he really takes off. Unfortunately, I think lane number 7 is empty. That should have been Bate Case. This promises to be an interesting race. And I think, yes, Juma Tyson is here from Kenya. this is going to be an interesting race. Three guys are going to go at each other. Isabelle Musa, Juma, and Obuto Solomon, my very good friend. And I know every time we finish a stream here, Obuto will go back home and watch himself. We'll see how he performs. And he told me it helps him to, to improve, helps him to work harder, to focus more and especially work on his top speed, make sure you start strong, finish strong, stuff like that. So, yeah, that's it. But no disrespect to the other athletes in this race. It's going to be a good one. Just hope that there's nothing like a gun problem, nothing like a false start. The men are very prone to false start. I don't know what goes on in their minds when they go on their marks. You guys you'll tell me, oh, so we don't also have an athlete in lane number 5. From Kampala Kids. Okay, stand up. And I think there is a gun problem probably, or I don't know. Today we are having a lot of gun issues. Somebody made fun recently and said, when we have all these UPDF officials here with AK-47, just go grab one, fire, poof. So the race is going to be pretty much between the 3 gentlemen on your left, on your left side of the screen, and that's Obuto Solomon in lane number 8. We have okay, now what's going on again? I think it's still a gun problem. It's really killing the vibe here today. Really killing the vibe. Or is it because Gaska Latigo is not there? Who is himself? He loves being on the starter team. It's the electronic timing, not the gun. Okay.
As the guys in the electronic room prepare themselves, I want to say this, Francis. Someone calls themselves the fastest Munyankole. I want to dispute that. He can only be the fastest Munyankole if he has beaten either myself or Alinga Emoko or Godwin. Because we have someone who has ever beaten Alinga Emoko and is a Munyankole. So, Emmanuel Nwagaba, wherever you are, you can't call yourself the fastest Munyankole because we've seen the fastest Munyankole who has ever beaten Ali, and that is Mwesigwa Brian, all the way from Rwashamire in Ntungamo district. So we have proof to that. That was in 2009 University Games in Nkumba. And to date, Ali still holds that grudge, quote in quote, that grudge with the Brian, and he says he still has a bone to pick with him. So, Nwagaba, I stand to dispute that. So, yes, we are being delayed by the electronic machine. We are seeing the red flag is up. And, yeah, let's wait. And but you see, this also puts a lot of unwanted tension in the athletes, anxiety, and it also makes them cool down because, these sprinters, once the muscles are ready for action, any unwanted delay brings to a sudden cool down, and then it makes them so vulnerable to an injury. Yeah. So, Francis, I was saying that Nwagaba Emmanuel, for him to prove that he's the fastest Munyankole, he has to first beat myself, Ali, Godwin, and Mwesigwa Brian, who has beaten Ali, and Ali has a bone to pick with him. Yes, yes. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so we are good to go. We are having a white flag from the electronic timing room. So signaling that they are ready, and let's wait for the start team. The athletes are on their mark. And like Francis said, again, red flag is up. I don't know what is happening with our machine. You know, the machine. I don't know what's happening. But we hope for the best. We hope for the best. So I want to speak, should be Gen X. Yeah, Generation X. So, yeah. So on behalf of Generation X, we intended to actually have our time. Unavoidable factors, we couldn't make it. But let's pray for good health in the coming season. You never know. Either we shall go and rest in Hoima, because from the look of things, next season, we might be in Hoima. Yeah.
It's also good to give that exposure to the people in Hoima, specifically. And I know they'll be very excited. It will be very exciting. They will want to see their sons and daughters run. Kampala is very metropolitan, cosmopolitan in a way. So it's got to go. Okay, finally this race is underway, and you can clearly see that taking off very fast was Obuto, but Tyson is going very well, and Obuto is trying to chase, but Obuto will come second. They had a very good start. Tyson himself had a very good start. Obuto chased, but there was no catching Tyson from Kenya. Nice, beautiful race it was. Unfortunately, we don't have the timers that we can see. We're not connected. Our system is not linked to the system with the electronic timers, so we cannot tell the exact time they are scoring. That was a good hit. That was a very nice race. And now we have another hit. That is hit number 3 that should be coming on. Yes, we have the next heat that's the men's 100 meters, and the boys are setting their marks now. So we have in lane one we have Emmanuel Chichibwa from KCCA, and then we have Fraser Yokwe Joseph from Koboko in lane two. In lane number three we have Okabo Santos from Uganda Christian University, and then we have in lane number five Wahoraj Geoffrey Lawyer from Uganda Para Athletics. Okay. I don't know what the problem was there. And then eventually we have Owindolo James from Uganda Christian University in lane 7, and in lane 8, Obong Brian Bradford, UPDF Athletics Club. Those are the gentlemen that have lined up for this third heat of the 100 meters. But we're really having issues with the start. I don't know what the problem could be. But well, let's survive like that. The 100 meters, which is the race that belongs to the one and only, that the world record holder Usain Bolt, one of my favorite athletes of all time. I always watch his videos and I'm like, wow, this is so really good. Finally, off they go. And this is anyone's race at the moment, but trying to go very strongly is the athlete in lane number 3 and being chased down by the guy in lane number 2. And yes, that was Okabo Santos from Uganda Christian University that took this race from lane number 3. It was chased down by Fraser Yokwe Joseph from Koboko. And yes, Okabo Santos went off nicely. He's been a good top performer. He's been performing quite well. He now runs, he should be running with the big boys. He's been winning a couple of hits here and there every time he came for the National Athletics Trials. Yeah, that was hit number 3, but now on track again, we have the gentlemen preparing their blocks for hit number 4. And in this heat, we have Ebodoi Hanania from KCCA in lane 1. In lane number 2, we have Shedrick Modi from Makerere University. We have Okelo Moses from Uganda Christian University in lane number 3. And lane number 4 is empty, but it should have been Mutajira Fred from Buyenda district. Well, he's not here. So lane number 5, we have Okelo Erasmus from Arua. In lane number 6, we have Mukasa Vincent from Ndeje University, and Masaba Peter from Uganda Police. Masaba Peter, on paper, is the outright favorite here, but a race is a race. You never know what is in store for a race. But yes, Masaba Peter is the man to beat in this hit. And the last time we were here, he clearly said there is nothing like there's nothing like an easy go for anybody this season. He wants the national title. We were together with Pius, and Pius says he's been national champion so long, so many years. He's been national champion, I think, about 7 or 8 or so years in a row. And so Masaba Peter told him, boss, this year it's going to be different. Don't even think about it. Well, it is what it is. Let's wait and see if Masaba Peter will run his heart out and eventually qualify for the final and beat Adome Pius in the final. That is there. And it's good to have these. It's good to have these competitions, this competitive nature, the competitive attitude Not again. Not again. It's either the starter, or the gun, or well, let's hope for the best. Yes, we're really having issues today, and it's really breaking the spirit of the boys every time they come to line up to run, and then they end up they end up having these issues. But well, let's wait and see who will take this heat, the fourth and second last of the heat. Okay, clean start this time round. And you can see, like I said, it is a race between two people, but Masama Peter has had to work very hard to win this race because also very strong in lane number 2. Shedrick Modi from Makerere University came out very strongly. Um, Masama Peter really had to work hard because I think he underlooked the competition and probably didn't expect that someone would come out and challenge him. But yes, it was a good race in the end. Now the fifth heat is the very last heat of the 100 meters for men. And I can actually authoritatively confirm that I am seeing on screen now, yes, we have, we're seeing Masaba Peter, but I can see from where I'm standing that Nwagawa Emmanuel is actually going to run this race. He is actually dressed and he is preparing his blocks. Very interesting. The fastest Munyankore has, as he likes to call himself. But we've just been told by Kasim that he cannot claim to be the fastest Munyankore because we have had a certain Mwesigwa who has beaten Aling Naimoko in the past, and that is going to be a grudge race. But yes, this is the final heat of the 100 meters for men, and wow, I can see Nwagawa. He's done with his blocks, and he's trying to come out. He's come out and he's run to the, almost to the center. So we have in lane number 1, we have Gweda Nahum from KCCA. Lane 2 is empty. Then in lane 3, we have Adome Pius, Uganda Police. We have next to Adome Pius is Ochira John from UPDF. Then we have Ekwaro Aaron in lane number 5 from Kampala Kids Academy. Then we have Wandera Dennis from Tela Field Club. Lane 7, Nwagawa Emmanuel, Uganda Police, and Nsiro Ikonde from Wakiso. This is going to be interesting. I hope the ambulance team is ready. I hope the first aiders are very ready. We don't want to see casualties here. Viewers, for those who may not know, Nwagawa Emmanuel is one of the people that we at times sit and do commentary with here whenever we have the national trials. So forgive us for talking so much about him. He is a friend, and we know he will watch this eventually, and he will probably come in here and later on tell us how his experience has been coming um, coming out of retirement into the national championship. Well, he says he had never retired. Okay, now they take their marks. But on paper, I like to say, on paper we have Adome Pius in this race, and most likely it's his race to lose. Another problem, gun problem again. Ugh. So it's like every other race has a gun problem, and ooh, not nice at all, not nice at all. Let's wait and see what this race will produce eventually when they run. Okay, let's hope that this time round the gun will not fail us completely. Again, it's really, okay. It is fired. Let's hope now it will fire. Gun problem, guns, the gun problem. Let's wait and see what happens next now. We want to see Noga run to the finish. We want to see him finish the race. I hope he finishes the race. We may be here and he's not planning on finishing the race. Ah, again. This is becoming a problem. We want to see our man run, but we're not being given the opportunity because the gun keeps on failing us. Finally, the dress is on, and you can clearly see, okay, this is going to be Pius winning this. And I told you, we were praying for Emmanuel to finish the race, and he almost didn't finish the race. But Pius Adome won this race comfortably. There was not going to be anyone challenging him. But I'm happy to see that our man, Nwagaba Emmanuel, walked half the race. He ran half the race, walked half. He pulled at some point, but he had gone off nicely, and he was ahead of the guys around him. But yes, there's no stopping. There's no one that was going to stop Pius Adome. So next, after the men, we have the 100 meters for women, and in this one we will have three different semifinals. Semifinal 1, semifinal 2, semifinal 3. This time around, I see the officials have gathered around the gun, and many of them are, I don't know, I see Majid holding the gun. I hope that they find a lasting solution, because otherwise then we're really having issues where in every race we have to wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. Remember that after the 100 meters, we will go straight to the 1,500 meters women final, and then 1,500 meters the men final one, and then final two. We'll have final one and final two, owing to the number of entries that have registered. We're sitting in this broadcast room. Unfortunately, it doesn't open. I see Custom trying to open the window, but it doesn't open. That's why we're struggling to have the AC on. And the AC has also refused to turn on, so we have to leave the door open, but it doesn't serve the purpose. So it gets a bit hot in here, but it's okay. So, 100 meters, and we are still waiting. This time around, we're waiting for the gun to start. But in this particular heat, we have in lane 1, Matama Stella from Uganda Town View SS Athletics Club. In lane number 2, we have Kengonzi Violet from Nalinyan Luantare Girls SS. In lane number 3, we have Asimasia Queen Catherine from Terego. Lane number 4, we have Auma Esther from Uganda Prisons. 5 is empty. Lane 6, we have Nanziri Emily, another veteran of the sport. And then in lane 7, we have Kosinge Kalama from Nadinya Luantare Girls SS Athletics Club. Those are the athletes that we are going to see running here now. Noagaba. The fastest Munyankole is still fast, but only for 30 meters. So beyond 30 meters, he started getting issues. At 50 meters, he jumped up to show that he had pulled the muscle. And then for the next 50 meters, he walked. Okay, he jogged. Let me be fair. He jogged. So probably we are now we have to look for another fastest Munyankole. That one, this one, the chapter is closed.
I still stand my ground. There's only one fastest Munyankole who has proved beyond reasonable doubt. He beat Ali, and to date, Ali still has a bone to pick with Brian Mwesigwa, a boy from Rwashamire in Ntungamo. So Emma is yet to prove to us that is the fastest Munyankole. Otherwise, we've had Apollo Kateba is also one of the fastest Munyankole.
This guy is the fast, maybe he's the fastest Munyankole of his era.
But regardless, there has to be something as a proof. You see, for us who deal with the lawyers, we love that.
He went to Mbarara, he put money. Says anyone who beats me in 100 meters, he staked money. The best of the best came. He jogged them.
That was in Mbarara. But now,
maybe it's in Mbarara.
You see, Mbarara is for not only for the Banyankole, but you find an Onyango there, you find a Dradriga there. So Mbarara apparently is a metropolitan city like Kampala. However, my argument is he probably came from Mbarara as the fastest, but now he had to prove it here. Because Ali also came from Arua and proved himself here the fastest Lubara. He proved it in Ambole.
We have the first hit, and they've taken off nicely. I see the veteran coming out strongly in lane number 6 to try and catch up with with the other in lane number 4, and that is Auma Esther from Uganda Prison. She wins the race. But kudos to Nanziri, who has run a full race. Much better than her predecessor, who hardly finished the race. I have to go and look for him. He needs to tell us what happened.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that Nanziri is still up in the game. And I think from Generation X, it is Nanziri who is still up and running. Because when you look at the likes of Roma Emanuela, they have since hung up their spikes. Gamba, Mildred, Namba Wasara, Justin Baiga, Bako Joyce, the likes of, yeah, to mention but a few. But to see Emily still running up today, I mean, it is something that we need to celebrate. And yeah, kudos to her coming second. And I hope she has made it to the next round as we wait for hit 2 and they set their block. Yeah. So after the 100 meters, next on track we shall have the 1,500 meters women. Both, okay, women will be semi-final and then men will be coming in 2 hits. Then after 1,500 meters, we shall have the 3,000 meters steeplechase men final, and followed by same steeplechase women final. Then we shall be back to 100 meters men and women semi-finals, followed by 5,000 meters men final, 400 meters women and men final. Then we shall also have the long jump women final, shot put men final, the javelin throw men final, discus throw women final. Then followed by 100 meters men final. The 800 meters women final will follow up. The men's 800 meters will come into 2 hits. Then we shall go for 200 meters men round 1, while the women will do 200 meters semi-final. Then after we shall have the 5,000 meters women final, followed by concurrently it will be running alongside triple jump women men final. So hit 2 is on the block. Off they go. And we see lane 4, that is Collie Evelyn of Prisons, taking the lead. And then she takes it. Followed by the athlete in lane 7, that was Nyawere Christine of Uganda Wildlife Authority Athletics Club, coming in second. In hit 3, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 athletes, and the athlete that has really caught my attention is this lady, fresh from the under 18 and under 20 championships in Nigeria, and she was number 8 in that event. And I just spoke to her a while ago. I found her in the call room, and she shared with me her experience in Nigeria, and it is such an interesting experience that she shared with me. And she is in lane 4, lane 5. Let me cross check here. She's in lane 5. She's in lane 5. So in lane 1, we have Kabasinguzi Monica from Nalinya. In lane 1, Kabasinguzi Monica from Nalinya Ruantale Girls SS. Lane 2, Lucia William from South Sudan. Lane 3, Apio Agnes from Uganda Prison. Lane 4, Kabasinguzi Beatrice from Taylor Field Club. And lane 5, Kirabo Kemigisa from Aribariho. Kemigisa Aribariho from Uganda Christian University Athletic Club. And while I was interacting with her in the call room, she told me that because I asked her, why did you look tense in your hits? You know, she was like, coach, I saw those girls, they looked tall, they were bigger than me, they looked more muscular, and so I developed fear because, you know, I thought they would beat me. Then I told her, you see, that fear comes in naturally. However, going forward, you'll be going for more competitions and you'll see many tall girls, big, but don't fear size. Because in you have a big heart, you know, and a heart of a warrior. So always carry that heart with you. So don't just look at someone's size and you fear. But at the end of the day, you beat most of those tall and huge girls and you came number 8, which is something we should celebrate, because when we call for the fastest 8 girls in Africa, Chirabo is among them. So you should be proud of that. You know, again, the gun disappoints us. The gun again disappoints us there. So I don't know exactly what they're going to do about it. Otherwise, it's going to mess up the entire championship. So, yeah. Hopefully, they've rectified it, and I see the girls are getting to the blocks. And whoever is training this girl, my goodness, the coach concentrated more on the technique, which is the best thing. I would rather have an athlete run slow time, but good technique. Yeah, she takes off, and there she goes with a PO. And yeah, she's automatically number 2. And from the look of things, she qualifies for the next round. And let's wait and see what time she has posted. But she has such a good technique. Like I was saying, I would rather have an athlete run a slow time, but with a proper technique, because speed naturally comes with a certain workout drills. But technique is something that takes centuries to work on, because even some of our senior athletes, you see them run, they fight, like they drag their feet, they don't lift their knees, poor arm swing. But Chirabo, whoever is training her, has mastered that art, and believe you me, give her 2-3 years, Chirabo will be a force to reckon with in the Uganda athletics. That I think we are going for the women 1,500 meters. Yeah, 1,500 meters, and the start team is moving towards the start. And I'm yet to check on the start list, and subsequently the names to watch. Yeah. Okay, it's going to be final for this event, and I hope all these names appearing here have reported. We have Chemusto Nesta from Iganga Town View, Basemera Juliet from Nalinya, Jimbo Madina from Nalinya, Cheroto Baskalin from Jakodef, Chebet Gloria, Uganda Police, Chekwemoi Felista, Uganda Police, Chemtai Peace Hope from Uganda Police, Chemtai Scarlett from Uganda Police, Cherop Patience, Uganda Police, Yeko Bentalina, fresh from Nigeria, having won for us a gold medal in this very event from Uganda Police. Chekwemoi Brenda from Uganda Prisons. Chelangat Ariziki from UPDF. Chepkurui Nancy from UPDF. Kisa Nesta from UPDF. Yeko Isabel, UPDF. Chesang Ndiwa Priska Uwa. Nakai Halima. Oh, Nakai Halima is featuring today in 1500 meters. Remember, she's our national record holder in 800 meters and also the former world champion in 800 meters. Remember that event in Doha, Qatar, some years back, World Championships. Then we have Nakawesa Teddy from Wakiso, Nalovega Jessica from Wakiso. Yeah, in that regard, the women's 1,500 meters. And Halima Nakai is a force to watch here, alongside Yeko Bentalina, fresh from Nigeria, having won gold medal in that event in her category. And somewhere I'm also seeing I'm seeing who? I'm seeing Scarlett, yeah, in that order. And that will be followed by the men's event, which will come in two heats. And they'll have to qualify for finals, while the women are doing the finals. We are grateful to God Almighty that the weather is not misbehaving today. I hope and pray on behalf of Francis Onyango that the weather stays the way it is. Yeah, it's cool. It's not that hot, but the clouds seem to want to gather. But I know that Kasim has a way around the weather. He knows how to tame rain. So I think we'll sail through. So next on track now we have the women's 1,500 meters, and that is going to be the final. Yeah, in this event we have Nakai Halima from 800 meters. She has decided to move to 1,500, and alongside Yeko Bentalina, fresh from Nigeria, with that gold medal. So it will be interesting to see the gold medalist from Nigeria battling it out with former world champion in 2019. Yeah, 800 meters. Just to be sure. And I know when she's here, Halima likes to front run, and she's second right now. She took to the front, I think, just to avoid the crowding. Yes, it's probably maybe strategy or whatever it is. Well, it's 1-5, so they'll have 3 more laps to go after as they go past the end point. Single file, and then we have this couple of these young girls in light green, all
trailing from behind, but now moving with the top pack. So far is the most notable figure there, of course, is the figure of Halima Nakai, who is now moving up to the third position. But yes, let's wait and see how the race unfolds as they come to the line, and they will be left with 2 laps. So the next lap, we will see them come hit the bell. Okay, so now we see the leadership at the top has changed hands several times. And now it's the former world champion Halima Nakai saying, okay, I've had enough. Let me take it from the front. Let me take it from the fore and see how, give the girls a run for their money. Because Halima has been around for a while. Most of these young girls are coming up and they want to be the next Halimas. They want to be the next winning Nanyondo. They want to be the next big thing. Oh, one athlete has dropped out. I don't know what the problem is. But yes, the race is going to heat up. We have it's a 3-woman race, 3, or should I say 3.5, as they come to the bell.
Now, like I said earlier on, when you run against a world star like Halima Nakai, it gives you that motivation to say, yes, if I can run and beat her, or if I can be neck to neck with her. I mean, so they are going for the bell, and Halima Nakai is still in the lead. Bentalin is the third, and let's see, Halima Nakai, having come from sprint, she normally has that last kick of a sprinter, you know. Yeah.
But then Bentalin and the rest probably have the endurance. Okay, Halima came from sprint to middle distance, and she's still a middle distance runner. But now it's getting interesting, because now the rest of the girls are saying, no, it's time for us to, in the last 200 meters, whose race is it going to be? It's going to be a race between Halima Nakai and it's a one-on-one. As they come, they are lapping athletes. And Halima's taken advantage of she's used her experience and her final speed to take this race in a commanding lead. Yes.
Now, I'm very sure this lady who was number 2 after Halima will celebrate having led Halima at least for 40 meters. That's an achievement, running against a world star of Halima's caliber. I mean, if all our senior athletes, our stars, if all could come and do what Halima has just done, I think our competitions will be more meaningful, because the young generation will always look forward to running against such world stars. And I mean, it's like when Francis steps back to his former school. I mean, by the mention that an OB here was here some years back, the students will want to emulate and say, yeah, I also want to be like Francis. I mean, when they come back also, and they give me that respect that an OB has come back, yeah.
Yeah, it feels good. And especially if you're a big name. I've always said this, and this is something that I remember. I always quote this guy, Kojo. If you remember the sprinter called Kojo, that guy from Musoga. So it was something he always said whenever, because back then we used to run from Chambogo, the grass track, and every time the trial ended, there was some kind of like a meeting or like a briefing from the officials. And Kojo always said, why do we not have our stars coming to, to run here? And he was pushing hard so much because that was the era of Davis, Kamoga, and the like. So he would push, why does Kamoga not come and run here at home so that we see, so that we measure ourselves against him. Even if he leaves me by 5 meters, it gives me an idea of how much work I have to put in, That was in the mid 1990s. Remember, Davis Kamoga at the time was Olympic bronze medalist, 1996 Atlanta Olympics, and then the following year, the World Championships, he followed it up with a silver medal behind Michael Johnson. Yeah, so he was there. He was up there at the very, 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 very top. So Kojo always says, guys, we need this. Guys, we can do this. Guys, let's do this. The top athletes, So anyhow, that was it. It is what it is. So I hope that the top athletes, our seniors, I hope they're listening. I hope they can take this consideration into, take this request into consideration. We'll be very happy. Who was the toughest opponent you think you faced in your running career, by the way? If I'm just asking. This is off topic. But like the one guy that when you find him on track and you're in the same heat or the final, that one guy who makes you think and scratch your head like, damn, what has he got today?
I've had quite a number of them from different levels. So if I may, if I can go back to my district, that is Kabarole, Fort Road to be precise. I had this boy from Arua. He was in St. Leo's College. I was in Nyakasura School. His name is Mustafa Lekambo, the grandson to the former vice president in Amin's era. The grandson to former vice president Mustafa Adrisi. Lekambo is one guy who always gave me nightmares. Yeah, because each time, and that was the time I hadn't discovered myself well. So I thought I was an 100-meter runner. Yeah, because I was the best in my school. And of course I would represent my school well. So I would always be second to him. But whenever I would go for like 200, I would beat him. So I didn't know where my strength was. So until I discovered it, but he was one guy who used to give me hard time. So until I discovered myself beating him better in 200, so I left 100 for him. So coming to nationals, I had a guy from Jinja called Swaib, Abdallah Swaib, aka Swaiburi, the corner specialist in 200 meters. Damn, that guy was good. And another one is Odwar Stephen from Tororo. 2004 at King George Stadium in Tororo, Odwar walloped us from 100 to 400. Mercilessly, he beat us like wow, as if we were walking and for him he was running. So, yeah. But of course, I give respect to many of my competitors, or former competitors. Alinga Imoko, he would come from Arua, would meet here, and we clash badly. And the likes of Kasanga from Hoima, Mudola from Iganga, Onen Chan Rogers, aka Kabaka, from Gulude Lake Toli. We have a Team Dawa in 400 meters. We have a Kirol Dennis, now in UPDF. Back then was from Soroti, Oita Ali. Quite a number of them. I give them respect. The likes of Kasule now is in Finland. There is Mokisa, Ark is in the US, in the army. These are guys who are thorough, so I would always dream competing against them, but beating them was another thing, you know. Yeah. But of course, each time I beat one of them, I had to celebrate because they were hard nuts to crack. So we have the first hit of the 1500 meters men on. I don't know of major names here. Let me first go through the start list. And yeah, we have Kiprono, Isaac, Kipruto from Buko, Alema, Brian, Arua City, Chebet, Isaiah, Jacodev, Chemtai, Calvin, Jacodev, Sunday, Abraham, Tororo, Chemtai, Abraham, Uganda Police, Chelimo Samuel, Chelimo Isaac, Chemos Mudafari, Chemos Jackson, Chepkuri Joshua, Chelangat Davis, Chepkuri Joshua, all this from Uganda Police, Chelangat Davis, Chemutai Silas, Cheptoyek, Boaz, Cherop Daniel, Komboni Daniel, Kiprop Hosea, Kiprotich Sam, all these are Uganda prisons athletes. Kiprimo Alex, Cherukut Milton, there's Musagala of Ua, and Wabutwa Farid of Ua. Yeah, so in this hit, Musagala Ronald is the man to beat. Where is Musagala? I'm not seeing him. Oh yeah. Oh, what could have happened to Musagala this time around?
No, I think, Kasim, we are beginning to slowly see a shift in power. This is not the first time. The last time we were in Nambole, he struggled pretty much in the 1-5. So it's not unusual for me. I think these boys have also come up and said, no, boss, you have ruled, because he's been in charge of this race for this particular distance for quite a while. So usually, yeah, he would be way out there. So maybe, just maybe, yeah.
It's going to be a tactical race that is running to qualify because they are taking, I think, the first 6
to qualify for
final. But even if, then there's a boy coming from behind to snatch the position from him. So maybe they are taking the first 6, then he will automatically qualify.
No space for final here. They've called it final 1, and the next one is the final 2. So they will consider time to give the medals. Yeah. So I think we are probably beginning to see a shift in power, which is very normal and it's very healthy. It's in active sports like this, you have your beginning, your peak time, and then there's that moment when that's why many times many people want to hang up their boots when you feel it, but many people want to hang up at the time when they're still up there, and let people miss you that way. I would, if I were an athlete and I was a star, I'm one of those who would happily hang up the boots when I still got it. Yeah, so that's it. So next on track is going to be final number 2 of the men's 1,500 meters, and this one will reflect. It doesn't reflective of what we have down there, but yes, nonetheless, we have the second. After the 1,500 meters, we will have the 3,000 meters steeplechase for men final, and then also the same for the women final. And then thereafter, we will have 100 meters men semi-final, 100 meters women final. Then we'll have 5,000 meters men final, 400 meters women final, 400 meters men final. And meanwhile, at the time, we'll also be having the jumps, long jump, women, short put, men, javelin, discus throw. Yeah, and then we proceed like that. We'll be telling you the programs as we go on. It's a very unusual national championships. We're having to finish everything in one day, which is totally not heard of in the past. But well, let's go with it as it is. The circumstances are way beyond athletics Uganda. It's got to do with the forthcoming CHAN tournament that's going to be hosted here by Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. So we have to clear. We've been advised not to use the field. As you can see, the green. We're not using the green. The closest we'll go to the green is when the Steeplechase gets underway, when they go for the water jump. That's the closest we get on the inside. Yes. This is the second heat of the men's 1,500 meters. I'm happy to see Mr. Emong David in this race. He has represented Uganda and won us some medals in the Paralympics. And he was with us some time back. But this is a heat of mainly junior athletes. There's no big names here, and the only big name I picked out for me is that of Emong David. Let's wait and see who has the legs, who has the belief, who has the spirit to finish this race on a high. We continue to remind you, our dear viewers, kindly subscribe to this channel, like the content, and in this way you will not miss out on any action from Uganda. We will always post the best of Ugandan athletics on this channel. So kindly subscribe, like, and share the link. Share this link with as many of your friends as possible. Share make this link travel as far wide as possible. Let's all promote local sports. Let's promote Ugandan sport. Let's promote athletics. And the best you can do out there is to make people aware of what happens in the world of athletics here in Uganda. We are live from the Mandela National Stadium here in Nambole, and today we have our National Track and Field Championships 2025, and the athletes are here tussling it out right now on track. We have the 1,500 meters second final of this particular race. Okay, so this race is coming to an end. They've hit the bell, and they are moving to come. They're moving, and they're coming to finish. I am just happy to see among David. Okay, right now he's in second position, but I see someone is struggling to overtake him. But I don't think anyone is going to catch this gentleman. Yes, and he's won his race. He's timed it nicely, and my friend comes in third, Mr. David Emong. So this heat was surely much slower than the previous heat, and I'm certain that the winners, the top three, are all going to come off the first final, the first final of the 1,500 meters. Okay, now we're preparing ourselves for the steeplechase. The 3,000 meters steeplechase is coming on next. So they have to put the barriers on to the barriers coming on now as the officials are preparing this. And yes, we proceed like that. It's 3,000 meters steeplechase, and we're starting with the men. So in this, we will have Aganyira Brian from Masindi. We have Chemunumwa from Lucius from Tororo. Magoda James from Uganda Christian University. Chebet Junior from Uganda Police Athletics Club. Naibei Peter from Uganda Police. Chelangat Caleb from Uganda Police. Chelimo Dolphin from Police. Chemtai Vincent from Uganda Prisons. Oh, even Chelangat Caleb is from prisons. Ndiwa Toretich Eliphas from Uganda Prisons. Okecho John, Uganda Prisons. Rotich Gideon from Uganda Prisons Athletics Club. Juan Derek, Uganda Prisons Athletics Club. Ayeko Simon, UPDF. Chemtai Leonard from UPDF. Kwemoi Agri from UPDF. And Kibet Kelvin Ndiwa from Uganda Wildlife Athletics Club. These are the guys lining up for the 3,000 meters steeplechase. It's I want to see what Chemutai Leonard has in store for us today. He is, for me, the man to beat in this particular race.
So the steeplechase is on, and this race normally reminds me of Benjamin Kiplagat, the late, and Jacob Araptany. So these are two gentlemen who had really made this race their signature, you know? Yeah. So the men are on. It's really interesting to see that we have a crop of new athletes taking on the mantle from where the late Kiplangat left and Jacob Araptany. And the world actually knows us as a powerhouse in this event because in the ladies category, we had Dorcas Inzikuru in 2005 World Championships, Helsinki, taking the race by storm. And we also have the Olympic medal in that event and World Championships through Peruth Chemtai. So yes, this is pretty much our event alongside Kenya and some Eastern European countries that are also proving to be a dominant force. So with the 2 laps to go, we see number 1 already rounding some of the athletes and approaching the water point. Number 2 is also rounding the last athlete. So is number 3. And the gap is growing gradually between number 1 and number 2. And the number 1 goes for the bell. With less than 400 meters to go. Less than 300 meters to go. So number 2 is actually basically waking up from slumber, trying to close the gap between him and number 1. But number 1 has already gone because he already created a very big gap. The last water jump. And he crosses the finish line. So he's number 2. Next on track, we have the women 3,000 meter steeplechase, and this is where Uganda got her second gold medal in the World Championships, courtesy of Dorcas Nzikuru, 2005 Helsinki, and Perus Chemtai, that was Doha, but before Doha it was Olympics.
Doha was 2019. Doha 2019, that's Halima, and it wasn't.
No. I'm talking of steeplechase. Yeah, Perus Chemtai has both World Championship and the Olympics. She won gold in Olympics 2020. Please Google, unless I'm mistaken. But Perus Chemtai, to the best of my knowledge, unless I'm forgetting my history. Yeah, we can cross-check. Yeah. But nonetheless, the ladies are getting next on track for steeplechase, and it's going to be final. How I wish Dorcas Nzikuru could come around and show them how she did it back then, you know, to that glorious day. And I'll never forget that day. If it wasn't for a strong head teacher, I would have seen a red card, because I refused to go to class. I wanted to watch that final. So I'm glad that the head teacher stood by my side and was like, no, let him be, let him watch. So yeah, that's what happened then. So here we are.
Actually, Perus Chemtai has two Olympic medals. First, in 2020 Tokyo Olympics, where she won the gold medal, and then in 2024 in Paris, she won a silver medal. She has a bronze medal from the Commonwealth Games. She has a silver from Accra 2023 Africa Games, and the World Under 20 Championships. She in Tampere in 2018, she has a silver medal. So she's garnered quite a number of medals. So she's represented Uganda quite well. Hard to say that she's been around for close to 10 years now at the top level. It seems just like yesterday, but yes, she's actually been around for quite a while. So the girls for this 3,000 meters steeplechase, we have Chebet Sherin from Iganga Townview SS. We have Cherop Gloria from Buko. We have Cherotich Elizabeth from Iganga Townview. We have Chelimo Peace from Tororo. We have Cheptoek Esther from Tororo, and Chelangat Sylvia from Uganda Police. Chemtai Fabia from Uganda Police, Chebet Lois from Uganda Prisons, and Chepkurui Nancy from UPDF. These are the ladies to watch out for in this race, in this 3,000 meters steeplechase. And yes, we have scored some success on the international scene in this race, courtesy of two girls particularly. If we're talking about the girls, first, like Kasim said, we had Dorcas Nzikuru winning us the first medal. She became a world champion in 2005 in this event. Dorcas has since retired, and she actually does quite some work with athletes, especially those from Marua. She has also her own club um, the Dorcas Nzikuru Athletics Club, where she finds time to nurture young talents. But she does some work with the government of Uganda, not anywhere related to sports. Happy for her to be doing something. Yeah, and then we had to have a long wait until Peru Steeplechase came up and gave us that Olympic gold in 2020. Big smiles she gave us, and she narrowly missed out on Paris. She told me she was quite pissed that she didn't win the gold in Paris. But well, I think that only helps her to come back stronger, and I hope she comes back even stronger in the next international engagement that she goes for. She's been running quite well in the Diamond League circuit this season. I haven't seen a lot of her this season though. Yeah, it's a 3,000 meters steeplechase for women, and we are waiting. I think again we are beginning to experience the gun problem. So it really comes. It really disturbs the athletes mentally, physically, and it's really costed us a lot of time today because we have quite a lot to achieve, so many races to do, and unfortunately, when we have these delays from the gun, there's nothing much we can do. The race cannot start before, but finally they have gone off. They have started the race, and they will be left with 7 laps to go as they come to the. So they run the first 200 meters or so without any barriers, and then as they cross the line, they'll start meeting the first barrier, and then they also come to the water jump. 3 barriers, then the water jump, then 1 more barrier, and then you're done with the lap. Very hectic because this is one race that is really, for me, steeplechase, anything that involves hurdles, jumping over barriers for me is something I fear. I respect the athletes who do these kinds of races because, I mean, running alone is hard, but when you have to run and then jump over barriers, it sounds painful. But yes, some of these athletes have chosen to do this, and that's very fine. But you can see how the girls struggle to to jump over these barriers, over these. And this is a race that has been for so many years was so much dominated by our brothers and sisters from across the border from Kenya. It's only now that other people from other countries have also come in. We have had Sufyan El Bakali, especially that tall guy. He's really given. He's really hit this race quite nicely. He used to challenge. He had many epic duels with Conseslus Kipruto of Kenya, and Kipruto, I don't know if he still runs. I've not seen him around for quite a while, but El Bakali still runs. And now we also have the Ethiopians that have come up and are doing very, very well. North Africa, basically the North Africans and the East Africans. But in Uganda, we have registered very little success, especially when it comes to the male. When it comes to the male, we have not registered many successes. Hopefully that can change. Hopefully more people can adopt to running the steeplechase. Interesting to say that yes, our first Olympic medal gold medal in athletics came from the great Jonah Kibwa, who won gold in 1972 in the 400 meters hurdles. So it's interesting. It's funny that we don't do hurdling so much as is supposed to have been the case. So well, perhaps it's a mindset issue that has to change for us to start embracing more and more of these sports. You never know what talents lie in there. I know we have abundance of talent in the grassroots. We have very many talented young boys and girls in schools, in the school systems, and so on and so forth. So it's a matter of tapping into that talent, and then we shall probably be able to compete favorably with the rest of the world in these distances. There are many other disciplines that we have, that we literally gave up on. We don't have, for example, I've never seen any. We've not really had, let's say, pole vault. We rarely have many jumpers making it in the big name. So perhaps it's a culture that needs to change. But you go. I'm talking about the fact that we've not registered a lot of success in some of these events, either because culturally it wasn't our thing, or we've just not, given it a lot of, thoughts.
It's not our. I don't want to say it's not our culture, but and I'm very sorry if my word will hurt people, but it's better you always speak the truth. This is, I would say, selective justice in the legal language, that we want to promote other events at the expense of others. Before we even go for those events like pole vault, hammer throw, name it, let's look at hurdles. The very first event that gave Uganda that positive image during that time when, quote unquote, when Uganda was labeled a bloody country. Jonah Kibwa, may his soul continue resting in peace, came out to paint Uganda with a different color, and people were like, oh, you mean to say this is, I'm talking about 400-meter hurdles, 110-meter hurdles. These are events that, these are two events that have been neglected deliberately. Not because we don't have the athletes, not because we don't have the hurdles themselves. The hurdles are there, but hurdles only appear, 400-meter hurdles, only once in a year. That's during a Kibwa Memorial. But in my own opinion and view, I would say, in the run-up to a Kibwa Memorial, can we run a series of hurdle events? Then on that day, we say it is creme de la creme that are going to run the finals. That day should be finals. You get it? So what have we done in that respect? So I would still say it is incumbent upon the leadership of the federation, athletics, Uganda athletics, that much as we are enjoying the success of middle and long distance, can we also go back on the drawing board and we promote these other events uniformly, so that we don't seem to be, Uganda is a country of middle and long distance. No. We have immense talent out there. For example, when Kabale for primary schools athletics championship, and I saw a kid do a throw, and This kid asked me, Coach, can I really make it in future? And I represent Uganda in javelin. A primary chap. I was like, yes. You have all the reasons and the rights to represent Uganda. For as long as you stay focused, you work hard, you do this and this, and you qualify. So if we could go back on the drawing board and bring all those events, because what we are running today, if we are to apply common sense, is not athletics in full. It is half, because we are only doing track and a few selected field events. Because you are leaving out the hammer throw, you are leaving out pole vault, you are leaving out race walking. You get it? You are leaving out hurdles, both hurdles, 110, then 400 meters. Yeah, so to me, it is not complete athletics. So there are components of athletics that are missing. So until we bring out all those ones, then we shall say now we are doing athletics. Yes.
Yeah, that's from a technical point of view, from a technical person. These girls have hit the bell now, and they are coming. They are going to end this race. It's been a very slow race. They're really struggling. Yes. So we have our number one jumping her last hurdle, and now she sprints to the end. She sprints to finish the race. Congratulations to her. Yes, we continue to broadcast this event live. We are happy to be bringing this event live, and we pray and hope that our consequent broadcasts will be better. We hope that we can get a lot more equipment. Right now, I know that many people are saying maybe the sound is a bit low and so on, but that is because we need to have a mixer here. If we have a mixer, then we would be having a much better sound produced. So kindly bear with us. We're soon getting a mixer. We just hang in there. We're soon getting a mixer, and we will have better sound. We'll have more microphones. We'll be able to link with people. Even you who are watching, if you want to participate in, you want to talk to us, we will be able to do all that kind of thing. So it's fine. It's all good. It will be fine. As this race comes to an end, we will have next the 100 meters semi-final for men and 100 meters women final. And already you can see that the start blocks have already been assembled. So there's no wasting time here. Every race once every race is done, the next race is just around the corner, because we have many other races to finish within today. This has been crazy. National championships in one day. This is a record. This is a record. I don't think this has happened in any country. This is a record. But it's beyond us. So there's nothing much we can do about it.
Initially, it was meant to be a 3-day event. But from 3 days event to 2 days and then to a 1 day, yeah, this is also, you see, history will always be both sides, good and bad. So this one, let's take it with the due positivity.
It's okay. We are happy that it's actually happening, because there was a possibility that Nambole was going to be shut out completely to us, completely. So the fact that the federation was able to bargain and at least reach this consensus of squeezing through within 1 day is good. For me, it's good.
Yeah, the Baganda have a saying. I don't know if we have it in Luo. Akanyama katono kayana kakuli mu nkwawa. Please put it in Luo.
No, the Luos don't argue about small meat.
We don't argue for small meat. It is either meat or no meat. Okay.
Without meat is not a meal to the Luo.
You heard it from the Luo man that a meal without meat is not a meal.
You are eating, but you're just eating to live. And this girl is being applauded as she comes to finally finish the race. And she's finished, yes. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I like her spirit. She's very young, and she's so determined, and she had to finish the race, and indeed she's finished the race. The Olympic spirit. So now let's wait for the 100 meters semi-final men, and then we'll have the same distance for women, but it will be final. So joining us here is a fan who just came to watch athletics. And Madam, good afternoon. Your name, please.
I'm called Edith Mhanda.
So how do you find watching athletics? I mean, I know not many ladies love sports.
I'm not a sport fan, but I love athletics. Watching it is fun for me. It's interesting. Yeah, it takes my time when I'm watching it. I feel okay. I feel good seeing how they are doing it, especially the running as they are doing right now. Yeah, I like watching it and takes my time. I love it so much.
So is this a place you would bring your children, like, easily?
Yeah, they really like. One of my sons, he likes it so much. Yeah, he does it even at home. He's still young, but you can see that he likes it. Yeah.
So what do you think we could do better to make this day more fun so that you can attract more and more people, so that even you, as you're coming, you can even tell your neighbors, your sisters, or your cousins, and tell them, you guys, let's go and watch athletics.
Yeah, what I could say is that you could be even telling people to know more about this so that they can come and give these people who are doing it, yeah, they give them courage, we shout for them, yeah, because many of us, we don't know what is really taking place most of the time, but if you can advertise and we know it more, we can usually be coming with a group and then, yeah.
Yeah, so she raises a very interesting point, and she says if we did some more in terms of advertising the event so that more people get to know about. So that means probably there are many other people like you out there who like athletics, but because they don't know, so they don't they can't come.
That's true. If we can know about it, maybe in the news, as the last news, they are always putting the sports, and then we know about it. Maybe this day they're going to be athletics. We can join us and come more as a group. Yeah.
Is there any one moment that stands out for you in the world of athletics? Anything that Uganda has ever done that makes you feel like, yes?
Maybe when these people go outside our country and they do these athletics and they won, yeah, I feel good and I jump when they bring us more medals. Yeah, I feel so good about it. She was the other lady. Forgot the name. She was the first lady I knew in school. Yeah, and I love her so much. But I don't know what happened.
Well, in Zukuru ran in 2005. So if you look carefully, that is how many years ago? Almost 20 years ago. So definitely age. You know, when you're playing, eventually you get to grow old and you retire. Yes, we'll continue chatting with Edith as we go on. But right about now, we have the semi-final of the men's 100 meters, semi-final one, and there was, I think, a false start there, unfortunately. So let's wait and see what the officials will tell us as the athletes come back to their blocks. Oh, the red card, lane 2. It's a big shame. What to do? So the athletes kind of Tigman, run us through this one. As I see, Isabide is going to be running neck to neck with Tyson from Kenya, but also before Isabide is Adome Pius, and hey, it's a strong field.
This one, I would say, he who gets up. Gun. It's a tight group comprising of Olipa Sharif, lane 3. There's that gentleman from Kenya. Is it Tyson? Yeah, Tyson, Issa Evere, and Adome. But I want to give it to Tyson. Is that Obuto? In lane 7? No, it's not one. So it is Olipa Sharif, Tyson, and Isabile. The rest is among those 3. But like I was saying, he who gets up fast and pretty well off the block will take it.
Okay, good start, and Tyson has gotten a very, very good nice start. It's being chased down by Adome Pius, and it's going to be Tyson all the way, and Adome Pius comes in second, and it's a close call for who has come in third. I think probably Musa Isabide, but yeah, like you said, it was going to be a battle between Tyson mainly and chased down by Adome Pius and Musa Isabide, I think. So here they're taking the top 4, and I think the top 4 the other side, or I don't know if they're following time or if they're going to do position. Yeah, but that was a good race. I didn't see any of them. I didn't think anyone was going to beat Tyson. Yes, and so here is the next semi-final. And yeah, again, quickly run us through this. The bullet himself, yes.
So here I see Obuto and Masaba Peter. The competition. Then that gentleman next to on Obuto's left in lane 3. Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Don't forget the young man from South Sudan. He's also here in lane number 6. He's after Masaba Peter. Yeah, he's a strong lad. He doesn't easily give up. So let's wait and see. Dang somebody. Masaba.
Serious injury with that time. I'm telling you.
The 100 meters sprint is not one in which you say you're going to pull and you're going to persist, to the end, because the speed, you're running at top speed throughout, and there's nothing like, if it's going to be so many laps around the track, you can say, okay, let me insist and go on with this one. But in any case, every time you run with an injury, you actually escalate it. You're better off. You feel it, let the medics handle you, and get well, then return into action.
I've not seen Alan Ngovi.
Alan Ngovi is around. I think he's going to do the 200 meters. I saw him earlier on at the warm-up track when I went out there. I think he's preparing for the 200 meters.
Proud Luo.
He's wished us luck on YouTube. He's probably running from YouTube. Don't worry. But I was also not seen Aboda Emmanuel. I don't know if he's around or not. Quite a number of guys are not here. What is the latest from Tarsis Orogot?
I've not been up to date. Yeah.
Yes. Now they are being called to their marks. I hope they gun. Please gun. Listen to our prayers. Listen to our cries. And don't kill the vibe. And I hope there is no false start. The second semi-final of the 100 meters. Here we go. Okay, strong start from Obuto, the bullet as usual, and he's leaving the rest in his wake. He's going off very strongly, and chasing him down is Masaba Peter, but it's Obuto all the way, and Masaba Peter and the gentleman from South Sudan and the runner from UCU complete the rest of the other 4. That is if they are taking positions, but it was Obuto all the way. Was there any doubt?
No doubt. Like I said, it was between Obuto and Masaba. Yeah. Yes.
Obuto Solomon, the bullet, is the one guy I always say if we had 60 meters, if we had indoor facilities here and what, that guy would be a king. He would be very untouchable in the 60 meters dash. So Edith, have you ever considered, or did you ever do any sports when you were still younger?
No, I didn't, because I didn't like it. But when I grew up, I was interested. Maybe where I was in the village, it wasn't all that considered. Yeah, because I studied in the village and I grew up there. I came to know athletics when I was a bit old to understand and like it. Yes. In Barara. Yes. No, but I think maybe you cannot understand the part. There are many parts in Barara. Nyabshul.
Just here. Yes, we are having a fun, and she's giving us telling us a thing or two about her love affair with the sport of athletics, and she's happy to have come to be watching it here now, and yeah. Every now and then we'll try to bring in as many other guests as possible. We don't want to bother Edith all through as she continues. We want her to continue watching from. She's sitting with us in the broadcasters' room where we are sitting today. We didn't want to be disturbed by weather, as we usually get disturbed when we broadcast from the other side. So, any last words to anyone watching, Edith?
Yeah, I would say athletics is a good game, and I would like you people to always advertise when it is around here so that people can come and join.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have been started off by the one and only Abe Lucy, a former javelin thrower herself, and very many athletes. I know it's going to be, they're going to disturb the lap, the guys that whatever the laps, the guys that monitor them. I hope those who are overtaken are removed immediately. So. It's too early to call. We cannot tell who is going to do what. But let's wait and see how the race unfolds. Remember, the 5,000 meters is a race that belongs to Uganda, courtesy of the fact that we have the world record holder in Joshua Cheptegei, who is Ugandan, our living legend, the guy that has defied all the odds, the guy that has put us on the map, the guy that has given us so much joy, the guy that has given us so many medals here and there. So, big kudos, big up to Joshua Cheptegei. We love you. Thank you for everything you have done for Uganda. Thank you for everything you do. You've done and still do for Uganda. That's how I should put it. Not forgetting, we've had two very bright candles in Joshua Cheptegei, and we've also had Jacob Kiplimo flying the flag so high up there. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you for loving Uganda. Thank you for giving it your all. Thank you for putting us in the limelight always. And thank you for not disappointing the country, not disappointing yourselves. You guys have been, name it. I'm not forgetting all the other athletes that represent us. No disrespect, but allow me to just say a big thank you to especially Joshua Cheptegei and Jacob Kiplimo. Well, interesting to know that to see that the lead park is still very big. Guys are still parked, jammed in there, and there's no one giving room for the others. So it's still too early to call. We have 7 laps to go, and we are still moving strongly in this 5,000 meters for the men. But this guy, is he the one? stigma. What do you make of a 5,000 meters race?
One, I see the number is just too big, too big. That aside, I don't know whether we are running it in heats or this is the final. And it's good that despite the absence of the big names, we still have a good number of athletes turning up for this. Yeah.
You're welcome back from whatever. Yeah, Pamela is fearing to talk on the microphone. People have showed that dust on the track. But you see, for me, okay, what I meant to ask you was more like, what do you make of a 5,000 meters race? Running around this 12 and a half times in this scorching sun. Seems impossible for sprinters.
Well, long distance don't have particular conditions per se that affect them, in my honest opinion, because you bring a 5,000 meter runner to, you bring like this event, 5,000 meters, at noon, at 2, when it is hot, the athletes will go. But you give, even if you take them, you tell them to run under cold situation, they will still perform, which is not the case with the sprinters, because for sprinters, they are limited to like humid conditions. But when it is cold, it affects their muscles. It's what I want to believe.
For me, running around this track 12 times is not something I would want to think about in my entire lifetime. Now they are beginning to lap some of the athletes with 5 laps to go. I hope those being lapped should come out. Hey, the guy is struggling not to be lapped. But, well, by the time they've caught up with you, he's insisting on not being lapped. He's pushing. But for how long will you push? Oh, he's really pushing not to be lapped. But, well, okay, he is refusing to accept. He's refusing. He has refused. Yeah, so those lapped athletes have to stop running. He tried his best, but, well, they had to stop him. No, they make it so hard for the lap scorers to do their job when you get lapped, shouldn't be lapped.
Yes, the men are taking the bell in the 5,000 meter. Cherotich Victor in the lead. The second is that side, right? No, sir? That greenish, bluish, something. The gap is too big. Too big. And it's still continuing even. So,
to win this without a problem. It's Victor from Uganda Prisons Club, and I know. And then we have this guy coming to take over. I run for survival, but too little, too late. Too little, too late. I know somebody must be very happy, and that is none other than the coach, the prison's coach for the long distance, who happens to be Kosgei. I met Kosgei earlier on, and he told me today his mission is to sweep aside police athletics club. I told him, well, it will happen on track. We wait and see what will happen. We wait and see how much you prepared your athletes. Kosgei was the one that also took the junior team to Nigeria. So I had actually asked him to come here and share with us a bit of the experience from Nigeria, but unfortunately, he has not been able to come. So now I can see why he hasn't come. He was probably working with his athletes out there in the warm-up track. So probably, hopefully, he remembers to pass by and shares with us the experience from Nigeria. We had a good outing, and we're happy that the team traveled, and the team came back safe. And they hoisted our flag high. Yeah.
We have in the house a former athlete living.
And 200 meters. And today she has also run the 100 meters. Pamela, how was it in the field on the track?
Amazing to be back.
So you are back. You are running. Was this your retirement race, or you are actually coming back to running?
This is the beginning of the start. For me, it's a bounce back and a good one. Yes.
Yeah, but I saw them taking you seriously.
They took me, but taking someone doesn't happen once. Rome wasn't built in one day. So it's a process. One time you may be 5 meters away from someone, and then the next time if you're able to come to 3 meters away from the person, just know that is already progress. So, process by process.
You have improved from how many meters to how many meters being away from the number one?
I think today was really good, the finals. I wasn't so far, and I feel good about it. I don't know the meters, but it was a good one.
Ango Pamela, she is our good friend here. She always checks on us wherever we have this happening. And we're happy to host her. So next up, we have the 400 meters final for both the women and the men. And today, I must say, I am liking the team. In that team, what do you call that team of the keepers? Moving the starter blocks and setting up equipment. Yes, that equipment crew is one that I really respect. And I'm also liking the work that's happening in the call room, because as soon as the race is ended, the next the next set of athletes are readily available they're readily available on track. Earlier on I found Shida Leni doing some stretches down there with the Oija Fred. He wanted to do some stretching before the final. Now these ladies have just returned from Nairobi. They just returned from Nyayo, where the Kenyans had their trial for the World Championships. And I can see Mary was there, Banura was there, Shida Leni was there, Malvin Akwenye was there, and they meet here. Of course, without a doubt, Shida Leni has it her way here. She's broken the national record in the 400 meters quite a number of times. Quite a number of times. I don't know if she wants to aim at breaking another record. I don't know I don't know if she's in the best shape of her life to do it again. In this 400 meters, the final, she is there. She'll go in lane 6, and.
It's going to be quite an interesting race, the 400 meters women, considering the record holder is in lane 6, and right in lane 7 we have another die-hard, that is Wonruku Stella, and in lane 4 you have Banura Morin, another fighter. I'm telling you, she runs all out. I'm telling you. Then in lane 3 is who? Is that the name has vanished a bit. We don't have the start list for this, unfortunately. Yeah, but you expect a good race, because 2 fastest women are ahead of Shida. Then behind her there's a set of other bullets, so Shida will have a good run. I'm very sure she'll have a good run, and they're on their blocks. Shida Leni, lane 6, the record holder and the national champion. And there they move. Right now she's stepping to catch up with the Stella.
She's already up on Stella Wonruku, and you can see she's already up on the girl in lane number 8. But also moving on very strongly, you can see is Banura Morin Akiki, who is already up on the shoulders of Wonruku Stella, and now it's pretty much a battle between Banura Morin Akiki and Shida Leni. But like I said, Shida Leni will have it her way, and she's not run here very many times this season, but yes, she has come here and she has shown them her class, and she's told, yes, I am Shida Leni and I am back home. And so does Akiki Morin finishes second, and Malvin Akwenye from Tororo comes in as third. So it's been a police affair, 1-2. Police Athletics Club. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So I'm seeing a scenario where we have prisons dominating the long distance, and then police dominating the sprint. Let's wait and see who will be crowned champion. Crazily enough, we've not seen the usual team spirit where we see the flags. When one team wins, you see them running around with the flags and waving the flags all over. I don't know why the euphoria is lacking, particularly today. It was a nice race, but there was definitely no one was going to catch catch Shida Leni. And now the boys have come. Isn't it interesting to see Leonard Opiny qualifying for the final of the 400 meters? And he's there in lane 1.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting, but if I were his coach, I would have advised him to step up because, I mean, the kind of 400 that Leonard has run today, especially in the heat, is not what would have expected of him, you know, because being the Leonard I knew back in the days when I recruited him at KCCA, when I was still at KCCA, he was the man who was already up there. So by this time round, you would expect him to be floating like Shida Leni. But still, I wouldn't want to see him in that because, like I said earlier on, he tested the 800 meters and he showed that he had the capacity. So I would have loved to see him up his game by stepping to 800 meters.
I see. Okay. So we have Leonard Opiny in lane number 1. In lane number 2, we have Eric Okwi from Uganda Prisons and in Wildlife US. Both Leonard and Eric from UA. And then in lane number 3 is Omuka Kenneth from Makerere University. In lane number 4, who is that in lane number 4? Yes, he's the Prisons athlete, and so is the guy in lane number 5 and 6. Lane number 7 is South Sudan, and lane number 8 we cannot see from here very clearly, but nonetheless, it promises to be a good one. But again, for me, on paper, I give this to Omuka. Kenneth.
Omuka, right now, is on top of his game.
Shame we don't have Adoli Haron here. We don't have Chanwengo Godfrey.
So the race is between Omuka Kenneth and the gentleman from South Sudan.
Okay. They go on their marks. Let's wait and see who has the belief. In the words of the most famous commentator. Okay. It's very even at the moment, but you can see that the gentleman from Prisons is moving, and they're moving up, already up on the shoulders of the South Sudanese, but also moving very strongly now is Omuka. Omuka has a way of turning things around at the 200 meters level, and now here he comes, showing his class to the rest of the field, and there is surely going to be no catching him, and the South Sudanese is nowhere to be seen. It is Omuka Kenneth being chased down by Eric Okwi, and Eric Okwi has the advantage, and Eric Okwi is going to win the 400 meters in the year 2025 National Championships. Eric Okwi is the champion of the 400 meters. I don't know what happened to Omuka Kenneth, but he had the race in his hands. But like they say, a race is a race. It's not over until it's over. It is what it is. Congratulations to Eric Okwi. He put up a very spirited fight, and he didn't give up. Normally, in most cases, in those last few meters, many people would be like, is it over? Because he had to cover ground, about 3-4 meters, and take over the guy. I don't know, but I think Omuka Kenneth probably is very disappointed with himself. He should be very disappointed with himself. Having led, from the 200 meters mark, you could see he made his mark, he made his move, he kicked, and then, wow, it is athletics, and this is the beauty of sport. It is beautiful. What you expect and what you get don't resemble sometimes.
You see, the beauty of athletics is that you don't win by going to the calculator. you are beaten, it is the finish line that determines. So it is not by how many goals you've conceded, how many you've scored. Yeah. So it is you against your lane.
You and your lane and reaching the finish line.
The finish line.
Period.
That's it. It's either that or not that. Yeah.
So now, also going on, out of the stadium is the long jump women is done, is concluded. Shot put, javelin, discus, all happening outside of the stadium, and I don't know if it's done or if it's not yet done. Meanwhile, we expect that the next is going to be the 100 meters for men final. Then thereafter, we will have the 200 meters. We'll have the 800 meters women final, and then 800 meters final 1 and final 2 for the men. So for now, let's go for the wait for the 100 meters. Yeah, viewers, we continue to ask you to come and partner with us. Come and have your brand seen by the thousands and thousands of people. Come and advertise with us. Contact us with those contacts that you see on your screen. We have enough room, we have enough space to showcase your brand. We thank those who have been with us already before. We thank them for, and they give us very many positive, a lot of positive feedback that we get from them. Keep it here. Subscribe. Ask your friends to subscribe, and ask your friends' friends to subscribe, and ask your family to subscribe as well. And let's enjoy athletics together. Next up is going to be the 100 meters final for the men. Let's wait and watch the space. Yes, finally, after the long minutes of waiting, the men are finally out, and we are up for a race. We have the 100 meters final upon us, and this is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one. I don't know who is going to give Tyson Juma a run, because he has been most impressive. In the semi-final, in the heats, and in the semi-finals, he was the most impressive. But that it's a race, and it's too not easy. It's not easy, and it's not over until it's over. So we're going to have a race. We have a race in our hands. We have Adome Pius running well. We have Obuto the Bullet. So let's see who has the good start, who will maintain, and who will finally. Again. Oh, this gun. Okay. James here says the gun had cooled down, so it needs to be warmed again. Okay. Let's wait and see when the gun resurrects and he wakes up and he knows if he has to give us something, he will give us. But yes, this is going to be a good race. I really want to see what Obuto and Dome Pius have. They two have been the most impressive against Tyson Juma. So let's wait. Let's see how they'll fare this time around. Very funny that we are having someone coming from across the border and dominating us in our own backyard. Does not make very good sense, but it is what it is. So as they work on the gun, then it takes us down again. We have it kills the momentum. The athletes are warming down, are cooling. Yet they've warmed up and they're ready for this, and not a very nice thing. But okay, yes. Now they're being called back to their marks. I hope the gun this time will work very well. Lane 8, South Sudan. Lane 7, Isabel Musa, Obuto Solomon, Adome Pius, Tyson Juma. Who has the legs? To quote Rob Walker normally says, who has the legs? Who has the guts? And clean start, good start from Obuto Solomon, and also moving on very well is Tyson Juma. It's Obuto versus Tyson, but Tyson is going to take this, and Obuto finishes second. Adome comes in third. So that means Obuto is very happy. He has beaten the homeboys. He is happy. Yes, Tyson Juma has won the race. Obuto has beaten everybody else. Wow. Congratulations to Mr. Obuto Solomon. He had a better start than Tyson Juma, but then Tyson Juma just used his speed, used his strength, took over Obuto, but Obuto hung on for the silver medal, and he is, he's beaten the rest of the Ugandans on the team, and I can see he's very happy with this performance. Congratulations to my friend, the Bullet Obuto. Yes. So as we celebrate, we now have the women 800 meters final, and the girls are being led to the start point already. After the 800 meters final women, we will have also the 800 meters men final 1 and final 2, and then we go back to the 200 meters men round 1, and then the 200 meters women semi-final. It's a beehive of activity here. People are busy everywhere. We are live. We continue to say thank you for those of you who are watching and following us online. Thank you for keeping it here. Thank you for ensuring that you keep up with the Ugandan athletics. This is the only place where you'll find Ugandan athletics at its best. And we are going to try our best to improve our services as much as possible, because we need, we also feel the need to give you the best of the best of the best in terms of online broadcast. And we promise you that next season, we will be much better off than we are right now. We have some promises of sponsorship, and yes, it will get better. The best we can do is to make sure it gets better at all times. So now we have 800 meters, and the girls are very young girls, no senior athletes in this particular race, no single one of them. The former world champion in the 800 meters, Halima Nakai, who is also the national record holder over this distance, earlier on ran the 1,500 meters, and she won with a lot of ease using her experience. She's not here, so she's not running the 800 meters. So it's going to be these young girls running against themselves, and the rest of us will just watch and enjoy. It's the National Athletics Championships happening here in Nambole, and we're happy to be broadcasting. We've had good weather. We've had some good moments, some good opportunities here. Those that came to watch are actually having fun. It's just that we cannot show you very many of the spectators, but we are enjoying ourselves.
Yeah, so the 800 meters women final, we have Nabiri Kafuko Joweri from Iganga Townview SS, Chebet Maureen of Kwen, Chebet Zumura of Tororo, Chemtai Kezia Tororo, Chemtai Teddy Tororo, Akelo Agnes, Uganda Prisons, Apio Elizabeth, Uganda Prisons, Nabulo Sara Kafu, Uganda Prisons, and then Chebet Sara of UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority Athletics Club, in that order. And we are missing the services of our national record holder, Halima Nakai, having gone for 1500 earlier on. So I thought she would be a good booster for these young lads here. You know? But nonetheless, let's watch and enjoy this race. Will they try to destabilize Halima's time? Will someone come close to that, or it will survive? Let's just keep watching the space. We were actually pushing on well until this machine called a gun decided to misbehave. So like someone one time said, there are lots of UPDF officers around the stadium. Maybe they could help us with one of their AK-47 rifles, and then we use it for firing these races. Otherwise, this gun will keep disturbing us here and there. The gun has become a problem. Finally, the gun has allowed to work, and the ladies are off.
So the 800 meters final one is next on the track right now. And in this, we should have Tewelde Nahum Tesfalem from Eritrea. We should have Maditson Mayom. The affiliation is not given here. Farahan Issa from Gulu University. Warugembe Aaron Ginger. Ndivairawa Jamiru, Kampala International University. Alekete Stephen from Kampala Kids Academy. Labeja Patrick from Kampala Kids Academy. Sunday Herbert Lema from Kampala Kids Academy. Naturinda Mubaraka KCCA Athletics Club. Lotwal Godfrey from Moroto. Muhanji Davidson from Ntungamo. Okello Frank from Uganda Christian University. Odom Morris from Uganda Prisons. Ogwang Solomon from UPDF. Kinyera Elvis from Zombo. And Etieo Rashid, Uganda Wildlife Athletics Club. These are the men who are supposed to tussle it out in this very fast final. This is the race that I many times consider one of the very toughest, if not the toughest race. I know Latigo will tell me it is 400 meters, but I'll tell him 800 meters means you're running 400 meters twice. And for me, I respect 800 meters runners, especially the good ones, not mediocre. I respect very much, especially the good ones. And I respect wholeheartedly the world record set by David Rudisha. I've watched that race, I don't know how many times, but I respect everyone in that race was on another level. Everybody was scoring a PB. And they did the 400 in 49. I was like, who does that? In 49. Who does that? And we have many people who run 400 meters and they run 49. And that's one lap. So I want to imagine these who run 400 think they have sprinted. Now, Rudisha did that and then he had to do another 400 express, I fear.
Now, you're still talking of Rudisha's 49 in the first 400. What about Kenenisa Bekele when he set that world record in 10,000 meters? He was running 60, all right, each lap. 60, 61, 60, 61. But the last 400, guy did a 49.
Now, Kenenisa Bekele was an athlete of a different breed. I actually think, sometimes I think, if, for example, the technology we have now existed back then, some of those guys would have been a lot harder to because they ran without the green lights that we have now. That gives you an idea of where you are with the record. So these guys would run blind. You just go. And Kenenisa Bekele that guy was impossible. Because many times he would literally start kicking with about 3 laps to go. He changes everything. And then he just starts. 2 laps to go. 1 lap to go. And he engages another gear. Man, oh boy, oh boy. I feared him on track.
Me, there's a class of athletes I always look at. Okay, retired. I always look at and I say, I give you respect wholesomely. Kenenisa Bekele is one of them. He's the countryman, the president, the current president of their federation. Yes, yeah. And who went on road and became a problem again. So there was also this Moroccan, El Garouche. El Garouche, it is said that on the eve of his world record in 1.5. He said whoever will follow him closely will end up in an ambulance. And I want to believe that someone ended up in an ambulance, like Amos did while he tried to follow Rudisha. He got his lifetime injury that he will never forget. And even he tried to come back after a bit, I think around 3 years. But you could still see that he was not the Amos of that day. So these guys ran abnormal races, and like you said, if there was that technology by that time, boy, believe me, those guys were going to set records that would be way above. Yeah. So here we have the second final of the 800 meters. So I know someone will ask why the second final. So in other words, this is heat 2, but we are not coming back to run the finals. So they are going to consider time to rank the best here. So that's why I said final 1 and final 2. Yeah. So here they go for final 2. I heard earlier on you mentioned the name Etiao Rashid of Ua. Was it in the final 1? He didn't surface. Because I tried to look around, I didn't see him. Yeah. But like you said, each time I watch it, you know, there are races or events in athletics when they are taking place, there are certain images that come straight away. Now, like in 800, you would see like the other gentleman in the lead, Eremokokas. I would imagine that is David Rudisha. Then you go for 1500, you would say that is a Asbel Kiprop. You know, so if it is Steeplechase, you know, that is the Muzee Wakazi, who? Ezekiel Kemboy. Yeah, I mean, these guys made us love these events. So when they call for 5,000, 10,000, you'd see Kenenisa Bekele, you know. When they call for 100 meters, you'd see either Tyson Gay, Safa Powell, Erimokokas of his life, and
he's struggling to stay in the lead, but he's being hunted down. Will he make it to the final? Will he be the national champion this year? Okay, I think they niched him on the line. Sorry, Mr. Kokas Eribu, my good friend. He led for the most part of the race, but unfortunately, his legs gave way in the final. Actually, the final 10 minutes did him bad. You would really see he was now carrying. He was literally almost being carried by wind. There's no wind in the stadium.
That Erimukokas's run reminds me of a story I read somewhere in one literature book, and then the author said that imagine if all the ladies that we fell for the first time, imagine if we had ended up marrying them, but it's like you are warming up the bench for another man. You are busy here, dating this, but at the end of the day, you don't end up marrying that person. So that's the same way Mukokas did. He warmed up the track for the rest of these guys, so someone came from behind to ditch him at the last step. And he took away the beautiful girl and ended up marrying her. Yeah.
The pot breaks at the doorstep. You maneuver from the well, you're carrying your pot, you stagger, you move. Then at the doorstep, when you're bending to enter the hut, you bend with the pot and it goes.
That is it. So we are heading for 200 meters. All right. Yeah, 200 meters. I think we are starting with the women. The men?
Really?
Oh yeah, for men, because women is straight away semi-final. Yeah. Yeah, the men have 5 hits, so meaning we have to go with men first and give them ample time to rest. And I see Opin Leonard is coming back in 200 meters. Okay.
But on the field, I see only 5 people walking to the start of this particular heat. I don't see Leonard Opin in among the 5 people. I know I see the towering figure of Ajaru Joshua and Kids of Africa, yes. But now he's running for Uganda Prisons.
Oh, he has joined prisons.
He's no longer a kid of Africa.
But at his age, calling him a kid wasn't that a bit of...
Yeah, but anyway, I think maybe the way these clubs work, I don't know if it's what they do, but for example, if you say Kids of Africa, I would imagine they are really young. You're picking very young people, and when they come of age, probably you hand them over to the next, probably you have a partnership with another club. Say you hand him over to Uganda Prison, Uganda Police, or whichever other club that is not Kids of Africa or something like that. But I must commend the Kids of Africa for the time they've been around and their commitment. I remember when we were running from UCU, your boys, they were always there, young, but in every race, they would always give it a try. So for me, I was very impressed by them.
You see, it goes back to leadership. When you have a leader who is so passionate about what they are doing, and they are not doing it for themselves, but they are doing it for the community, obviously, results will always speak for themselves. So it was no wonder that even when we had the entire season at UCU, they could barely miss a trial. So they would always come, because right from the top hierarchy of their organization, there's so much. And by the way, it is not surprising that the proprietor of Kids of Africa Athletic Club, or the director, is putting up a state-of-the-art sports facility in Entebbe, Garuga specifically.
I've heard about it. Okay, so perhaps if he is going to put up a running track as well?
Obviously, yes.
Yeah, because that would be one of the options for us to consider. As in the build-up to getting a home, you could say, if we have a venue, we have venues that we utilize that don't have this kind of restriction, that don't have this kind of competition. And since he has that liking for athletics and what, perhaps, yes. Talking of Kids of Africa, and talking of that club and so on and so forth, I want to know, where is Rajab Lomuto?
Lemuto Rajab, I don't know exactly where he is. The last time I checked with him, about a year ago, he told me that he had some few challenges here and there that kept him away from the track, but he would be back. So I was expecting him this season. Unfortunately, the season has come to a close without him racing. So hopefully next season he will be back. Yeah. But it's good to see clubs like Kids of Africa step up to give young chaps, talented, not just young, but young talented chaps, that opportunity to display and explore their talents. And yeah, we hope for the best. And if their stadium is ready for use, I would think the leadership of Uganda Athletics would think of engaging them in a partnership whereby we have their stadium as our home for some good time. Yeah, as Francis said, we look for alternative means of acquiring our permanent home that has no restrictions here and there, like it is always with Nambole. Because remember, in 2012, in the run-up to Olympics, the same thing happened. The national championships like this, whereby the management of Mandela National Stadium gave us a cold shoulder, and we had to transfer from a standard track to a grass track in Makerere. Yet our athletes were to use the championship as the last qualifying event for that year's Olympic Games in London. And the reason, there was some function, a religious function that was to take place in Nambole, and of course you and I know very well that it was a painful experience that we shall never forget, much as we forgave the management of Nambole. Yeah, we forgave them, but it can never get out of our mind. So I'm saying, to avoid such things from reoccurring, because it has again occurred today, from 2012, you count how many years are those? About 13 years after. I mean, the same thing has again come back to haunt us. So I'm saying, if we could start thinking outside the box, and we get somewhere we can put our home, whereby it is us who will be the condition, to managing our home, that would be the best thing. Otherwise, let's wait and see what is going to happen in the 200 meters men, heat 1. They're already taking their mark, and out of the 8 lanes, we have 4 lanes that are empty. So it's lane 2, 3, 6, and 8 that are occupied. And there they go. Yeah, so this Ajalo Joshua of Uganda Prisons, by look of things, is in the lead, and a comfortable lead, though unchallenged, and he takes hit 1 comfortably. That's Ajalo Joshua, Uganda Prisons. Heat 2 only has 3 athletes, and Adome Pius is already ahead of the rest of. Yeah, here is running time. Otherwise, if he plays around, then he will suffer the consequences of what Isabide suffered some time back.
So next up is the heat number 3 of the 200 meters for men. At least this heat has a considerable number of athletes. The previous heat had only 3. You know, when you run and you're only 3, each of you is assured of a medal, if it were a medal awarding race. So here, lane 1 I can see is empty. Lane 2 we have Oiros Jacob. Then next we have lane 4. We have Mongoleni De Gracias, Arua City. We have Chiguli Trevor, KCCA, and off they go. It's a heat with 5 athletes only, and they are moving very equally as they come to the final to the final 100. And the man from South Sudan is going very nicely there, and he's going to win this in lane 6, and that was Thiep Deng Malek from South Sudan. He has taken the race. I am actually feeling for the sprinters who have done 100 and 200, because then they're having so many races to run. And then we still have the relays, and probably some of them are registered to run the relays as well. So I am really feeling for them. Okay. Now, Heat 4 also has 5 athletes, and in Heat 4, very notable names there is Isabide Musa from Uganda Prisons, is running in lane number 7. We also have, otherwise we have Odon Dickens from UCU, we have Timothy Kisa from KCCA, we have Ntambi Ernest from Kampala Kids Academy, Ekisa James from Tororo, Ariti James, UPDF, Aikoe Chora, Ivan Terego, who is supposed to be in lane 1. So we're going to have a total of 5 heats in the 200 meters. Let's wait and see who makes the final eventually. And so this is heat 4 that is preparing to take off now, and we shall have heat number 5 as well. And in Heat 5, okay, we have not seen. Earlier on, we asked for Ngobi Alan. I thought Ngobi Alan had been entered in the 200 meters, but I don't see his name here either. So that means probably, okay, I'm being told that he is injured, and therefore he will run the relays, I'm told, reliably. Okay, let's wait and see what he will do in the relays. I think it will be fireworks between the teams. This because today they are running in their different teams. We shall have, I know there is beef and battle between prisons and police. I know they will harass each other. Oh, finally, I'm seeing the flags, but they're in wrong places. Earlier on, I saw a flag for UPDF hanging somewhere. Now I see a flag for prisons. So usually during the nationals, I see people running with their flags every time. Okay, they have been asked to take their marks. In this team, the person to watch in lane 7 is Musa Isabide from Prisons. Off they go. A slow start from Isabide, and the guy from yes, and the guy from Terego is moving very nicely, very nicely, and that is Ariti James. No, I mean UPDF, not Terego, and he is actually beaten Isabide Musa. Very big surprise. I must confess that I am noticing a dip in form in Isabide Musa. He is not the bullet he's supposed to be. I don't know if he's okay or if he's having things disturbing him. I think that was not the guy from Terego. That was a guy from lane number 2, who is Ariti James from UPDF. Next is the final heat of the 200 meters for men, and in this heat we should have Osuta Dison from Terego, Okwi Eric from Ua. Okwi just won the 400. He won the 400 meters. He is the national champion of the 400 meters in Uganda in 2025. Okay, I'm being told he's defended his title. I need to cross-check with that. I don't remember. But well, congratulations. And then we have Jakalo Joshua from Uganda Police. We have Emmanuel Chitibwa, KCCA. Fraser Yokwe Joseph from Koboko. Okabo Santos, Uganda Christian University. Obaren Aaron, Uganda Prisons. Okay, now they are waiting to take off. And okay, I think there's a gun problem again. Oh, this gun today. Yeah, of course, on paper, I will give the rest to Eric Okwi, who seems to be very much on form. I must say I respect his form. Too bad we don't have Chanwengo Godfrey here and Adoli Haron, because those two should have given us better, with their presence, we should have had better competition. Gun problem again. We are having a gun problem, and they're working towards restoring the gun. James earlier said perhaps the gun cooled down. Maybe it's cooled down again. Funny. Okay. Let's wait and see how this race will unfold. Off they go, and this race on paper, I already gave it to Okwi Eric. Let me see how he goes. Going off very nicely also is Jagalo Joshua, but now Eric Okwi gets into his running, and he is already in front of each and everyone. He's being chased down, but you can see he's controlling the race, and he is going to win without any queries. Nice run from Mr. Eric Okwi. Very nice run. And after Eric Okwi is now, after this heat, we now have the women's 200 meters semi-final. So for the women, we are going to have 3 semi-final heats, 3 races from which they will pick the best, the fastest to run the final. And already on track, we have the very first semi-final, which is going to have Namwonge Jennifer from KCCA. We have Namofumbo Zakia from Iganga Town View. We have Ademun Lydia from Tororo, Kawala Shakira from Machinje, Nambi Sharon from Nadinya Rwantare SS, Asinduru Brenda from Terego, and Koli Evelyn Ochen from Uganda Prisons Athletics Club. He's running in the outer lane. So basically, the big name here is Koli Evelyn Ochen. Okay, the race is underway now, and of course, like I said, this is Collie's race to lose, but it's a race, and it's not over until it's over. But she has carved them nicely, and she's way ahead of the rest of the field, and I don't think there's any of these young girls that has the legs to catch up with Collie. But she has gone. She has gone from gun to tape, and she has won her race. Definitely, she has qualified for the final. Congrats to Collie. And that was hit one of the women's semi-final. Yeah. Now in the second semi-final, we have Akwenyi Malvin from Tororo. We have Akol Scovia from Ua. We have Isapu Jane from Tororo. Kabasinguzi Monica from Nadinya Rwantare. Lucia William from South Sudan. Apio Agnes from Uganda Prisons. And Kobstinje Salama from Nadinya Rwantare. So we have two athletes from Nadinya Rwantare. We have Uganda Prisons, we have South Sudan, we have Tororo, we have Oa, and two athletes from Tororo. Yes, Pio is running very nicely, but also coming in lane one is Akwenyi Malvin from Tororo, running very well, and it's going to be a battle of wits. It's going to be the battle of the spirits, and Akwenyi Malvin is edging Apio, and Malvin wins the semi-final. Second, followed by Apio. And now we have one more semi-final to run. And we shall have, in this third semi-final, we have Akulu Monica from Uganda Wildlife. We have Gumushabe Rebecca from Deje University. We have Matama Stella from Iganga Town VSS. We have Kengonzi Violet from Nalinya Rwantare SS. We have Asimasia Queen Catherine from Terego. And Auma Esther from Uganda Prison. I love the region. This is what we have on the start list. Yes. Lane 7, as per this, is Uma Esther. Asimasia is no, actually, okay, we have only 6 people here as per this start list. And in lane 6 is Uma Esther, lane 5 is Asimasia. Queen Catherine. Wow. Okay, so this is the final heat of the women's 200 meters, and lane one is going very nicely. Akulu Monica from Uganda Wildlife Athletics Club chasing down Auma Esther, but let's see who will reach the finish line first. But clearly, Akulu Monica has it in the bag. She is way ahead of the rest of the pack. Kongs, she makes the final. Her reaction, yes, was very good. Which was your best 200 meters run ever, by the way? As we wait for the 5,000 meters for women that is coming on next. I know your best race in your life was the 400 meters relay, that in which you received the baton and then you chased people as if they had stolen your property.
My best 200, there are about two events. One was National Championships 2006. That happened in Bugende. And by the way, since then we've never gone outside Kampala for national championship here, unfortunately. But that was one of my best 200 meters. Then my other 200 meters was 2008 Africa University Games here on home soil, where I battled it out with the Akani Simbine of South Africa. Which other? Why I didn't? Because I was fresh from the 400 meters, where I was second to a South African again. Yeah, so I can't Simbine wire that I was off. But those were my best moments in 200 meters.
It was a nobody.
Well,
not yet Akani Simbine.
He wasn't there. Yes, the Akani Simbine we know now, but he was already in the making. So next on track we have 5,000 meters women, and let me see if we have big names there. There's Chebet Kezekia, Chebet Isela, Chebet Peace, Cherop Rispa. Rispa? No. Cherotich Recho. All these are Uganda police athletes. Then Chebet Esther, Uganda Prison, Chelimo Angeline, Uganda Prison, Cherop Rispa again. This is another Rispa, not the other one. Of Uganda Prisons, Cheruto Noel, Uganda Prisons, Mande Rebecca, Uganda Prisons, Cherop Kerin, UPDF, and Cherotich Rachel, UPDF. So, Cherop Rispa of Uganda Police is an athlete to watch, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Which other one of prisons? Rispa.
Very quickly, the rest are standing to a single file. Very quickly. they are, they are in a line. And already you can see the athletes that are being dropped off as early as, the first 200, 300 meters, and they're already failing to keep up. So, well, let's enjoy the race.
Just for the sake of like someone having, passion for 5,000 meters, but you see barely, okay, just 400 meters and you already left that. I mean, if you find someone with a different mindset, they'll just walk away, because the park can't be 100 meters away from you and you still continue.
And you've barely done 800 meters. I'm one of those who would stop immediately.
Would you really even attempt a 400 meters?
So if I were to run 5,000 meters, which I know I can't handle, I would give it my best in 800 meters. I would be in the lead.
So you would fire the first
800 meters, I would be in the lead. All the cameras would know me. So maybe 800 meters, or maybe at most do a third lap if I can, then pull a muscle. Sounds like a good plan.
The good thing is that for long distance, you hardly see such a scenario where an athlete pulls a muscle.
There's a first time for everything. Okay? There's a first time for everything. So at some point in time, hey.
Okay, that would be a good one, and yeah. But me, that is one event I will never even. I remember one time, I think it was 2002, 2003, around there, about there, 2, 3 there, in Fort Portal. So guys organized a road race. I think it was a 10-kilometer road race. Man. Of course, the entire district knew me as a great athlete. So they thought I would, the same way I would do it in 400, it's the same way I would carry it on road. Yet on road, me, I just went to show my presence that I fired like the first 400 meters. I walked with a lot of shame and pain, coughing, and I'll never repeat again. So I give respect to guys who do road race.
They will also say they give respect to those guys who do track. And I find their racing not very easy. Road racing, you slope here, climb here, do this. And now the most brutal is cross country. Cross country is something else.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, 5,000 meters women has come to a close because the battle is between number 1 and number 2. They are less than 200 meters, and the lady in pink battling lady in yellow, and the battle of colors. Let's see who has number 1. She has just given up. Just
I could say her victory was aided by the athletes they were lapping, because as they came around the curve, this athlete is right in front there. Now this one had to avoid yes, and you know, at this time, at this point in the race, you are already so tired, you don't want any. So if something happens like that, chances of you giving up are very, very high. You just be like,
and even colliding and falling down, then maybe you injure yourself, you know.
So viewers, also now joining us is the man from Athletics Uganda, who is in charge of doing social media, the guy who is in charge of, who gives you all these updates on X, the guy who gives you all these updates on Facebook, he gives you all these updates on everything. So as part of the communications team of Uganda Athletics, we always have him here to give us the latest updates of whatever is happening that we don't know or that we have not seen, Mr. Podikaporiam. So we give him the opportunity to run us through what's been going on.
Yes, thank you so much, Francis and Kasim, who are really doing a very good job here. As of today, there are so many events that has happened in the past few weeks. I would like to start with the international games. Of course, we had the Wonder Diamond League recently, of which one of our athletes, Alima Nakai, ran. Actually, before that, she ran a national record in the 1,000 meters, and then thereafter, a week later, she ran 800 meters in London, and she was able to run 157, which was really very good for her. And I think she's getting ready for the World Championship. And I think last week we had a team comprising of 26 people traveled to Nigeria, Abakuta, for the Africa U18 and U20, and we managed to come back with 9 medals. Out of the 9, 4 were gold, 1 was silver, and then 4 bronze. So that was a very good performance by these young, talented men and young, talented girls and boys. So it was good to see them. Actually, in this edition, this was the best performance ever. So far, it has been 3 editions, but we managed, this year's edition, we managed to bring more medals compared to all the other editions. Young girls and boys to have international experiences, to get those trips that can motivate them even more, because Uganda was able to take around 19 of them, of which 11 were girls and 8 were boys. And then we had delegations from Uganda Athletics and Uganda National Council of Sport. So it was quite a great trip for them, and they enjoyed themselves, and hopefully we shall begin from there next year in as far as that tournament is concerned. We also have the World University Games taking part in Bochum, that is Germany. Uganda was able to register around 25 athletes, of which so far, as of now, the athletics started on Monday, and I think we haven't got any medals since that day, but there's been some great performances, but we shall recognize that when we get a medal, at least. But as far as I know, we have no medal yet in that championship, but we are hoping for one or two. I don't know whichever day it will come, but definitely it will come. So these national championships, as you're seeing, it has really been since it started this morning. It has really been good. However, I know it has really been so disappointing. Initially, we were supposed to have it for 3 days. It came back to 2 days, and then now we are into 1 day. Because I know it is a challenging thing, not only to us, but at least we had the chance to have it, rather than not having it at all. Yeah, because there has been talk between the Ugandan government, the CAF. Because if you know, CAF is taking over the stadium, and they need to do a lot of work in terms of fixing of some other things and the rest here and there. So the stadium needs to be handed over to them by the management of Nambole, and the only day that was left was today. So that is why we say it is better to have it at least in a day than not having it at all. So that is why we have this kind of situation. But initially it was supposed to start on a Thursday and then on a Saturday, but unfortunately we cannot have it anymore in that format. But I appreciate. I want to thank more especially the management of Uganda Athletics and whoever the management of Nambole and all the coaches and all the athletes for the endeavor they have put in to make sure they take part in these national championships. It is not only happening in Uganda, because our neighboring Kenya as well did theirs on 1 day. It was on a Tuesday. It's the same thing, because their stadium also needs to be handed over. So they also did a 1-day event, which we saw them participate well as well, and we are doing the same thing here in Uganda. So it is not only Uganda, but this CHAN thing has affected most of the host nations. I'm not sure of Tanzania, but as far as Uganda and Kenya is concerned, it has really affected the athletics calendar. But nevertheless, we are pushing on. We hope that by next year we can do better. So I think this one will mark the end of our season 2025, and we look forward to taking a team to Tokyo. However, the qualification will end on the 24th of August. We still have around 1 month, and then I think after 24th of August, Uganda Athletics will announce its team for the World Championships that will take place in Tokyo. Yeah, basically that, and then I think maybe the next event will be the National Cross Country, which will probably be around October, because remember, we have the World Championships next year in January, early January. World Cross Country Championships, which is going to be in the US. So our National Cross Country Championships will be in around October. Yeah, still it will be in Tororo, but anything can change. As of now, we know it is going to be in Tororo, but I think that will be the next big event that we would host as a nation. So I think those are the few things. Let's wait and see. We still have so many events that is going to come in. Let's wait and see what will happen. And but I'm happy that these people are really running. If you see, they are bringing good times, even if the conditions are not favoring them. They run now. After some few hours, they have to come back for the finals. But that shows the level of preparedness these athletes have been going through for the past couple of weeks, which is something that is recommendable, and we appreciate that. Otherwise, let's wait and see. In case of any information that comes in, we shall be able to update the viewers from whichever part of this country, part of the region, part of the world you're watching. But we really appreciate you. Keep watching, keep supporting athletics, keep supporting Uganda Athletics, and we see how to move forward. Otherwise, I would like to thank everybody in this booth who are doing a tremendous job to make sure all what is happening here is being seen out there, and we appreciate that as Uganda said.
Thank you very much. That is Mr. Polycarp Riem, who has given us lots of updates of what has been going on in the world of athletics in Uganda. Thank you very much. So he has to go and handle other duties out there. Now we have next on track, it's supposed to be the final of the men and women 200 meters. So the races are coming in chap, because yeah, and then after the 200 meters, then we shall have the men's 10,000 meters, which is also going to be literally the last individual event, and then eventually we are going to go in for the 4x100 meters relay, and then we have 4x4 relays as well. There is a hold up in the call room. I don't know why, but yes, we need athletes out of the call room to come and do the 200 meters, both the men and the women. So let's hang in there and wait for the 200 meters, men and women, to come on, and we'll continue with the program.
Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 57 67 46. Lactic Sports, we deliver.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from that commercial break. On our program, they call it health break. So I don't know how healthy it was, but we are back, and we are back with the 200 meters men final. So we are starting with the men, and they are already walking to the starting point. So after 200 both men and women final, then we shall go for 10,000 meters men final, and then we go for 4 by 100 4 by 100 meter women and men, then followed by 4 by 4 both men and women final, and then we close the chapter in that order. So the men are already setting their block. Unfortunately, we don't have the start list for the finalists, so we shall just give you Okwi Eric Len 2 Ua. Unfortunately, the gentleman down there is reading the list so quick that I am not able to pick names well, and from where we are seated, it's quite a distance. So, but what I know is Issa Virie Musa of Uganda Prisons is in lane 6. And lane 7 is a gentleman from South Sudan. Okwi Eric is in lane 2. Eric of Uganda Wildlife Authority. Then in lane 5, there is an athlete from UPDF. Yeah, in that order. So they are setting their blocks. And the battle is between Okwi Eric, Musa Issa Virie, and then the gentleman from South Sudan. That's where I'm placing my bet. So the men are set for the action and just the gun, waiting for the gun to go. And there they go. And like I said, the battle is, there's a Dome Pius of Uganda Police in lane 3. And it is Adome to lose the race. And by the look of things, Adome is in the lead. followed tightly by Isabire Musa and Eric Okwi and Adome takes the day. Adome is the national champion 200 meters men 2025 season. Congratulations to Adome Pius. He lost the 100 meters, but he went and walked around the corner to make sure that he corrects the mistakes that cost him his 100-meter title, and he has come out victorious in 200 meters.
Hey, what a race it was. Pius Adome taking that 200 meters. I met him down there and he said he was very pissed with the 100 meters because of the jamming of the gun every now and then. So he wanted this one. And he says, yeah, because 100 meters he didn't start. In his own words, he says he didn't start. So 200, and now the ladies preparing for the 200 meters. But again, I don't see anyone matching up Kole. I think this is college day today. I don't know, I stand to be corrected, but I don't see anyone matching college.
Ladies and gentlemen, you hear Francis speaking the way he's speaking. Forgive him. He's still trying to catch his breath. He tried running 60 meters, and that is what is happening. Oh, there they go, the ladies. And Collie is in lane 3. By the look of things, she has already curved them, and she's out of the curve, way ahead of them. So now the battle is in between. Oh, Apio. Kwenye is chasing, and wow. Kwenye has taken it from Collie.
Very happy. She's very happy with her win. So you see, there is what they call the, endurance running. The last 30 meters is where she got it all wrong completely. She failed. But congratulations to Malvin from Tororo. He timed that. Malvin, being a 400 meters runner, has the endurance, 400 meters. And this one, being a short sprinter, she's used to 100. Finish. So now this one is and then you have to continue. So, yeah, but congratulations to Malvin. She, no disrespect at all. She's earned her. She's earned it. And now the men for the 10,000 meters are out of the cold room, and they are raring to go. I see the national champion is here to defend his championship once again, and that's Tebet Abel. That guy, Tebet Abel, the one running off to the back, is the one that has been our national champion for about 3 years in a row? 3-4 years in a row. He comes and beats them hands down, and he disappears. Tebet Abel from Uganda Police. He is the reigning national champion. So let's wait and see what he has in store, what he has, how prepared he is. These guys know each other. They train together. They live together. They live in the same community. So usually when they come here, it's a battle that they're always raring to go into. So let's wait as we organize ourselves, as the timers and everybody else gets organized, the officials, and then we proceed with the 10,000 meters right here in Nambole. We are live and we're proceeding, and we're going to we're covering this forever. This is the end. This will mark the end of the individual races, because after the 10,000 meters, then we have the relays, both the 4x4 and then the 4x1. Both are men and women. Yes, so we're preparing to start off the flag off the 10,000 meters for men, and the boys are ready. They're ready to rumble. I am very much watching out for Tibet Abel, who is the reigning national champion. Again, we have a gun problem. Oh God, this gun today has given us a run for. It's really given us a run for our money. But not to disrespect the other athletes that are participating, we have Trump, Dovey Power, Kenneth, from the United States of America. Oh, we have an American here, and he's called Trump. Dovey Power, Kenneth. Chelogoi Feb from Arua. We have Cherotich Calvin from Arua. We have Chesang Mikael from Arua. We have Musau Titus from Arua. Chelimo Kevin from Jokdef. That's Joshua Cheptegei Athletics Club. That's Joshua Cheptegei's foundation. Cherokut Aaron Twala from Jokdef. We have Lubega Abdul from Makerere University. We have Nabende Patrick from Bale. We have Bagatuzayo Luciano from Barara City. We have Chol Jacob from South Sudan. We have Marco Pien from South Sudan. And then we have Tibet Abel, the main man, the reigning champion in this distance. Tibet Abel from Uganda Police. We have Chemutai Sam from Uganda Police. We have Cherop Sam Moi from Uganda Police. We have Kiplimo Abraham from Uganda Police. We have Kiprotich Martin Magengo from Uganda Police. We have Satya Shafiq, Uganda Police. And then we have a string of other athletes from Uganda prisons, and those include Akwech Peter, Cherop Eliud, Kibet Dan, Kibet Kevin, Kip Ngeno Simon, and Kipsang David, as well as Yeko Dismas. Dismas Yeko is here as well, as according to the start list. I haven't seen him around for a while, and he is the one very strong athlete. I hope he's down there. Then we have athletes from UPDF, and these include Chelimo Dismas Kituri, Chep Korom Ezekiel, we have Kiplimo Fred, we have Kwemoi Salim, and then we have the rest of the athletes from UA, and that is Temonges Leonard, Chesuro Alex, Katerega John, Sally Dennis, and Solimo David, all from UA. And the rest is underway now. And let's wait and see how it will eventually unfold. The athlete that is running from behind is a para athlete who, unfortunately, I'm told, is not yet been graded. He's not graded, but he has a disability. And as you can see, Tibet Abel is right behind the race leader. He's right in the second, and he has that running style. He runs like he's the steps, step. And when he sees, normally he has a tendency when he realizes when you're pacing and he doesn't agree with your pace, then he takes over and he leaves and he goes for good. Yeah, 10,000 meters. This is another race that is owned, should I say, by Uganda. The last three World Championships have been won by Joshua Cheptegei. We've had double glory. We've had Jacob Kiplimo do the double in the Commonwealth Games. We've had them win. We've had Joshua win the Olympics, and we've also seen him win silver. So basically, I didn't mention that he is the world record holder in the 10,000 meters as well. So it's pretty much a Ugandan affair, the 10K. And the guys are going still pretty much packed together in the lead pack. A couple of others following from behind are already falling off way too much. And I think this gentleman in the second last guy should be the American, called Trump. Wow, called Trump. Jersey Power, Kenneth, United States of America. Interesting. The Americans have this guy called Grant Fisher right now, who is quite good in distance running, and he is a very big potential, especially the 5K, under 1.5. Well, wish him the best. So we have the lead pack still very much, people are still very much together, and yeah, no one is, it's too early to make any move anyway. So let's just enjoy the race as it unfolds. 22 laps to go. It's now 12 laps to go, and the lead pack is still very intact, composed of 4 runners. And my man Chebet Abel is still in there and is sitting behind the race leader. Is just not bothered. The rest now it's single file. The runners are spread all over the field, all over the lane. So it's still going. We're still going strong, and this promises to be a good one. With 11 now, they come to the 11 when they approach. It will be they'll be going for the 11th lap. So how this will unfold eventually is something we cannot predict right now. But the front 4 seem to be meaning business, and they are serious, and they're moving together. Let's just enjoy them. Just enjoy seeing them run. They are pretty much together, and they mean business. They came all the way to run at the national championships, and they came to win. So many athletes have dropped off, of course. Many of them were lapped and were taken out. Yeah, but it's 11 laps to go. Let's see how this will eventually unfold. Woo! Beautiful. Yeah, the front runners, as you see them, still very much together, and they're moving. And I hope they stay like this up to the end of the race. We'd like to see a sprint finish. It would not be very nice if we have a lone ranger, move alone. You break away and move alone. Sometimes I much prefer a race that ends with with multiple people in contention. And right now we have 4 people in contention, and if I wish they would hold up and stay together like this, and push to the end. So far so good. They are in one line, and no one seems to be struggling at the moment. I hope it stays that way. We are coming to the end of the day today. This day when we've had our national championships held in one day, from a 3-day event to 2-day event to now 1 day, and we also narrowly missed being we missed cancellation, but after this, like I said, this is the last individual event, and thereafter we will go for the relays. First off will be the 4x1 relay women final, and then the 4x1 men final, and then we have 4x4 women final, and then the 4x4 men final. So basically, this is how it's going to be. Yeah, and just like I said, normally Chebet Abel has a tendency of lying back, but then when he realizes that the pace is not satisfying him, and around this time when it's normally at around 7, 8, 9 laps to go, Chebet Abel normally goes to the fore. And now it's turning out to be a three-man race, or pretty much two-man race, because now the front two, Chebet, they've broken off pretty much, and I don't think the other guys have the response to Chebet's surge in pace. And now there they go. 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. 6 laps to go. Six laps to go. Things have turned out very differently from the way I thought they would be from the beginning. And now this becomes so confusing for the lap, the guys that are monitoring the laps. So, and especially when they keep lapping these athletes every now and then. So Chebet Abel, if all goes well, will retain his title once again. And unfortunately, because we've had only 1 day of competition, there is no way he would have doubled. But he is in the last few years, if from Mokono, he doubled. He was the champion in the 5K and also the champion in 10K. Wow. What a way to end the local season. And I know these guys will be at each other's neck again in October at the national cross country championships that will happen most likely in Tororo. The front two are moving pretty much together, and perhaps, maybe just perhaps, we may achieve the sprint finish we were talking about. I was saying earlier on, I would be very happy to see sprint finishes in the 10,000 meters. This is something we used to sing. We used to sing those at the international level, at the Olympics, World Championships, where we've seen countless times Joshua tussling it out with many guys. You know, you got the Ethiopians in there, we've got the Kenyans in there, we got and all the others. And normally the race goes on and on and on, and then in the final lap, yes, that's where the race is won. Okay, so now they are pacing each other, and you know, the beauty with distance running is that you have those opportunities. Come on, pace me, move ahead. Let me follow you from behind, and that's exactly what Chebet told this guy. Move ahead, because he's done his part, leading, and you can see the teams at the other side cheering them on. This is a battle between police and Uganda prisons. So with 3 laps to go, what should we expect? It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. But let's wait and see how things turn out. 10,000 meters, 25 laps around the field. Not a joking subject. One of those races that you just probably dream about, and you have nothing to do about it. But yes. Now 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go, and the lead is still intact. The lead is with 2 people. It's very, very difficult to tell who is in which position. But one thing is for sure: the lead 2 are very, we see them. The lead 2, we see them, and that's what we're focusing on. And those are the ones but all over the track, there are athletes spread all over. And I really pity the guys managing the guys managing the lap controllers, and because it gets confusing at times. But now the front 2 will come. The front 2 will come to the bell, and that is okay. Now they hit the bell. Let's see who. Let's see who has the legs, who has the grit. It's now going to be a competition between Chebet and this guy whose bib number I'm failing to see, but they are moving very much together. Okay. They are still moving together. The pattern hasn't changed. Maybe they are leaving it for the final 200 meters. There is a guy called Paul Chelimo who runs for the US, who says the race is won in the final 150 meters. 200 meters. I don't know if this is the case, but now the race is going to be won in. Yes, it's a sprint finish, and definitely there's not going to be anyone that will stand in the way of Chebet Abel. Winning this year's 10,000 meters, and coming in second is Kibet Dan from Uganda prisons. So it's been a battle over prisons. Kibet Dan from prisons versus Kibet Abel. Wow, what a race. What a race these 2 guys have had. And then the rest of the athletes are still continuing with several races. And there's something about this Abel guy. He's done with the race, and it looks like nothing has happened. Congratulations to Chebet. And now, as the rest of the athletes come to finish, okay, slowly they are finishing. I hear the bell being rung for most of them. They're also coming to finish eventually. But congratulations, big congratulations to Mr. Chebet Abel, the national champion this year. And I know if we had chance to run see how people come sprinting to the end. So this is the last individual race we're having today, and next is going to be the relay. The relays, both the 4x1 and the 4x4 relay. Okay, so finally we have this gentleman still on track, the para athlete, and he has one lap to go, and yeah, he's in his final lap. But it's good to note that the ladies for the 4x4 relays are all out. The teams are out and only waiting for this gentleman to clear the track, and then we get the action underway. We unfortunately from here have not failed. We've not managed to get the start list. I don't know what teams there, but I know for sure. Yes, we have team police. We have team prisons. I think we should be having team UPDF. We have UA. We will now rely on what the stadium announcer says, and we'll go with what we hear on the microphone by the stadium announcer. This guy is coming to finish his race, and you can see the ladies are all looking, wondering, asking themselves, "Oh, guy, when are you finishing?" Yeah. And yes, we have UA. So when I look down here, I see, I know Pamela Anguparu is running for UA. So that is easy to see. I am seeing yeah. Okay, so we wait to get the proper details of the different teams from the stadium announcer, because I'm sure at least he has the details, he has the names of the teams, and then we enjoy the relay action. It's been wonderful. It's been nice here. We've had good weather. We've not had any challenges whatsoever, and as such, we're just very grateful for the opportunity that we've had to stream here live. We promise that with time, next season, we will do better. We will improve. We will acquire more equipment. That is a given for sure. We will acquire equipment and we'll give you better services. We hope that we can have more camera angles, and yeah, we're slowly building our team, and with the support from Athletics Uganda also, yes, we should be able to have yeah, more stuff, more equipment to help us. Okay, so the ladies are raring to go. They prepared their blocks, but unfortunately, the stadium announcer is not saying anything, so I cannot tell. I cannot be very confident of the teams. But yes, I know that in lane 1 is prisons. Lane 4 is UA. Lane... Oh. Huh. That's a mistake. He's a stadium announcer. I thought so. Yeah, I am very confident lane 1 is Uganda prisons, not UA. UA is in lane 4. The stadium announcer had gotten something completely wrong. Well, the announcer has not been able to put the announcement of all the teams, and yes, now the girls have been asked to go on their marks. Off they go, and who covers the most gap? Team Prison is going on very, very nicely. Also is Team UA, led by Pamela Nguparu. And the first to exchange is the Team Prisons. And going off for prisons nicely is Koli, who won the 100 meters, and now she's handing over to Stella, who is going to carve and give to Mary, Auma Mary from prison. So it's going to be a battle. It's a battle between prisons. Oh, and Team Police dropped the baton, and Mary is anchoring Team Prisons to the victory, followed by Team UA in lane number 4, and Uganda Police comes third, but they dropped their baton. Very, 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 very. Oh, so sorry for Team Police. What a shame. They dropped the baton, and they were so confident. They were very sure of. I'm certain it was going to be a very epic battle between Banura Maureen Akiki versus Auma Mary from Uganda prisons. I know the disappointment is high up there, but next time better. That was the ladies 4x1. And next on schedule is the 4x1 men final. And ideally, they should have been out here. Wow, what a race. So the starter for Team Prisons actually I think, was a game changer, because she was the first to exchange the baton, give to Koli Evelyn, and then Koli to Stella Wonruku, who eventually handed over to Mary, and the rest is history, like they say. Okay, so let's wait for the men. I thought by now they'll be here, but you don't see them. They should have been here already, because the ladies came out quite well. They came out before the last athlete of the 10,000 meters left the track. But now the gentlemen are not out when the ladies are already done. So again, that slows us a little bit. But whatever it is, I know they'll soon come out. And now the team managers must also be preparing their teams for the 4x4 relays. What a day it has been for us to have national championships done in one day. An event that was initially scheduled for 3 days. Wow. Okay, so we have the teams coming out now, the relay team for the men. And yes, I can see clearly a team from Uganda Christian University in lane 6. Is it? No, yes. We have Team Prisons in lane number 4. We have Masaba Peter leading off Team Police. Yeah, UCU is in lane number 1. Lane number 2, I'm not certain what team it is, but and lane number 3, I think lane number 2 is UPDF, and in lane number 3, I'm not very sure what team it is, but then we have lane number 4, Uganda Prisons, being led off by Isabelle Musa, and we will have in lane number 5, that is Masaba Peter for Police, and then in lane 6, Lane number 6, I'm not very certain. This is going to be a good one. The athlete from Uganda Christian University in lane 1 is very good. And I know he has a good start. I don't know. But also, moving on, Issa Musa is another one to watch out in the starting, among the team that is starting. Now, what matters is how they'll hand over the baton. And I see on the second leg, Team Police have the individual winner of the 200 meters, and that is Pius Adome. And I know he's raring to go. He loves that backstretch. And Team Prisons, I don't see some of the very renowned athletes that I thought would be here. But well, I don't know. Let's wait and see how they have prepared themselves. Usually the problem is in the exchange of the baton. Most times, this is where we fail, where relay teams struggle. Most exchange of the baton. So if you don't rehearse, if you don't practice very well, if your coaches don't take you through very nicely, and if you don't do it, repeatedly, time and time again, it becomes a problem. So we are going to start this race anytime soon. The 4x100 meters relay, 2025 Uganda Athletics National Championships in Nambole. It's a moment of truth. 6 teams, 1 gold medal. Gun. So the momentum is built so nicely, but then the gun. Yes. Okay, so finally the announcer has done his job here. So in lane 1, I can confirm that it is Uganda Christian University. Lane number 2 is UPDF. Lane number 3 is Ndeje University. Lane number 4 is Uganda Prisons. Lane number 5, Uganda Police. And in lane number 6, we have SCCA. The moment of truth is here. Okay, off they go. Let's see who will exchange the baton first. But going off very nicely is the guy from UCU. Like I told you, he's a very strong athlete. But first off is, okay, now it's between police and prisons. And going off very nicely is Adome Pius. And he's going to hand over to Ngobi Alan. And now it's Obuto versus Ngobi Alan. Obuto, is that Obuto chasing down Ngobi Alan? And yes. Now it's again another baton mishap by Team Police, and now they have to do the chasing. And Team Prisons is in the lead. Team Prisons in the lead, chased down by police, but no, it's Prisons. Police again find themselves doing the chasing. Wow. Team Police had a very good start. Good start actually. UCU had a good start, Prisons had a good start, and then Pius Adome created a bit of a gap between him and the chasing pack to the third person, who was Alan Ngobi, who also went off nicely, but was chased down by Obuto, the bullet, and then the mishap happened to police at the final baton exchange, and eventually, yes, Prisons has won both relays. Congratulations to them. And police on both times have finished second. But I don't know about the ladies, because they dropped the baton. I don't know if they are not going to be disqualified. But yes, we've enjoyed this one. So let's wait and see what the 4x4 has to offer for the rest of us. Many of the athletes are in disbelief. They don't know. The relay is something that happens very fast, and you don't know if you mess up, it messes you up, and that's it. That's it. Wow. There on your screen, Team Prisons with their flag. The ladies are still celebrating as well. You know, they've had this sweet victory. Any victory against police for prisons is very sweet. They really enjoy. They enjoy their rivalry, and it is very healthy for the sport. Surprisingly, most of them train together. They belong to different clubs, but yes, they train together on many occasions, and they are normally together. But let us wait for the 4x4 and see what else the boys and girls have to offer here in Namboli. And those will be the final races here. The 4x4 women first, and then the 4x4 men close our day. Yes, the ladies are out finally. And I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams again. I can very quickly identify Team Prisons again, and I see they have maintained 2 of the athletes who ran the 4x1 relay, and that is Mary and Stella. I see Team Police has also maintained Kiki, Banura Morina Kiki, but now Team Police is reinforced by the presence of Shida Leni, the individual 400 meters champion, the undisputed queen of the 400 meters in Uganda. And so this promises to be fireworks. I don't see anyone challenging a Team Police in this 4x4 relays. Yes, we have Team UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, we have Team Police, we have Team Prisons, and the other team, I have not gotten a wind of who they are, but yes, I continue listening to the stadium announcer. And the women's 4x4 is here, and this is the second last event. And what do we know? Halima Nakai started out as a 400 meters runner, as a sprinter basically, and I can see she's going to run, I think she's likely going to run the anchor leg for Team UWA, that's the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Okay, now they've been told to go on their mats. No, Halima is actually right on the second leg. Oh. And off they go. One long lap. And let's wait, let's see who... Yes, going off very strongly is the athlete in lane 1, and that is, I think this is Team Prisons, not so sure. Yes, but he's gone off very nicely, and he's got the lead. She's got the lead, and the rest are chasing her. The chasing pack is trying its best, but nobody is making any ground on her. And, oh yes. Okay, so this is going to be the battle is already very funny. So Halima has a lot of ground to cover if she's going to do anything at all in terms of catching up with Banura, the leaders. But Banura is a very experienced 400 meters runner as well, and she has the speed, and she's trying her best to chase down on this athlete from Uganda prisons, who will now come and hand over to Stella Wondruku. You can see Shida pushing. Okay, now Stella Wondruku and Emily Nanziri, both veteran athletes in their own right. Okay, and this one comes. Okay, so it's a battle between prisons and police. Let's wait and see what the outcome of this leg is going to be between the two leading runners. And in the lead is Stella Wondruku, who is a very experienced 400 meters runner, all being followed by Nanziri Emily, a veteran of the sport. And most of the people she used to run with are now retired, long retired, but she's still here and she's pushing. But yes, Stella is widening the gap more and more and more and more. And now it's up to Mary, Auma Mary, to maintain the gap or get chased. Or so Shida Leni has some work to do. Last year in Mukono, Shida Leni closed a very big gap, and it was still Team Prisons in the lead. And now she finds herself in a similar situation. And funnily enough, last year Shida was coming from Nairobi, and she had a lot of work to do catching up with Coley. And you can see she's closing in very much on Mary. I don't see Mary engaging any extra gear to counter Shida's advance. Shida is coming. Shida is coming for Mary. Shida is coming. And she is catching up with Mary. 2 meters, 1 meter, and she is there. And she bypasses Mary, and this is a win for Police Athletics Club. Finally, Police has won the relay for women, and Team Prisons comes second. And now coming in third place is going to be Team UA, that's Uganda Wildlife Authority. And yes, the rest of the teams like that. But wow, what a race. What a race. Shida had to dig deep into her experience, dig deep into her speed, and do everything humanly possible to catch up with Team Prisons, who had a considerable lead. Actually, she's closed down about 15 meters, because Mary was about 15 to 20 meters ahead when Shida got a baton, and then she closed her down. Now coming out of the cold room are the men for the 4x4 meters relay, and they are raring to go. I can see first out is Team Prisons, then Team UA. UA has Eric Okwi, the individual 400 meters champion. What do they have to offer? Team UA has Eric Okwi. Team UA has Leonard Opin, I can see. But that is not to say the other teams are slipping. Wow. And we have UPDF in the mix, and they are not joking. They're not joking. They're yet to win anything in terms of they've not won anything in the relays. But here they are. Just perhaps, they probably will have something to smile home about. But yes, the teams are out. I see that Team Prisons has drafted Erimokokas, who is predominantly is a middle distance runner, but usually for the relays they tend to bring him on. And they have, am I saying well, they have Omoka Kenneth, Team Prisons. That will be something. This is going to be very interesting, the way I see it. So this is about planning. Who does your anchor leg? Who runs the second leg? Who does what? Who creates the gap? It's going to be team tactics, and let's wait and see who has the team tactics. Whose tactics will work best here? This is the final event of the day, the penultimate event of the day. It's the very last event that we're going to see on track today, and this will mark the end of our being in Nambole this season until next season, perhaps, depending on what will be happening, depending on whether we will have the construction works going or not going. Because after Chan, the stadium will be closed off because there will be more works, there will be more advanced things coming to Nambole, including roofing the stadium. It will be roofed, as we were reliably informed in the media. So for now, I can see, even now when I look around, you look at people doing lots of things. I think this is all in preparation for Chan. I see network boosters. I see lots of things. I think this is for the broadcasters and for communications. They are installing a lot of things here. Wow. So again, we find ourselves in this fix. We have Team Prisons in lane 4, UPDF in lane 3. We have Team Police. Not certain which is Team Police between lane 1 and lane 2. Okay, let's just wait and see what happens as the athletes prepare to take off. Of course, Team Prisons missing the services of Adoli Haron, missing the services of Chanwengo Godfrey, two of their best. Okay, gun failure. The gun has decided that it will fail one more time before we... Oh, God, man. It is not nice. The 4x4 gun problem again. It really kills the vibe. It kills everything. It kills the spirit. Disorganizes the athletes. Okay, finally off they go. Let's see who runs best in this first leg of the 4x4 meters, 4x400 meters relay. And going off strongly out in lane 4 is the guy from Team Prisons. But it's too early to call as they come to the curve to head before they come to the final 100. But the athlete from Prisons is still far off reach from the rest of the chasing pack. Off they go. And he is still in the lead. He is still in the lead. And he's going to hand over to Erimo Kokas, who is a middle distance runner. And let's see what Kokas can do. He has the endurance, but does he have the speed? Those are two different things. And yes, the answer to that question will be seen as and when they come to the finish. And now they all go down to lane 1. But Erimo Kokas has maintained the gap that was left behind, and he's trying to stretch. But you can see the athlete from UPDF struggling, doing everything humanly possible to try and catch up with Kokas. But Kokas also engages another gear and says, "No, you will not catch me." And off they go. And now Erimo Kokas will hand over to... okay, that baton exchange was not good. Okay, and then Team UA has Leonard Opin, who is himself a former national champion, multiple national champion in this 400 meters. But can he close this gap? Can UA close the gap on Prisons? Yes, if they put their heads to it. The gap is not increasing, but it's not narrowing either. For now, it's just it's UA chasing down Prisons. Does Prisons have anything left in the tank to... do they have anything left in the tank? Do they have the legs? Opin Leonard is now using his experience to come back very strongly at the athletes from Prisons. And remember, Opin Leonard will hand over to Eric Okwi, the individual 400 meters champion. But it's still Prisons in the lead, and the lead has been narrowed down to 3 meters, 2 meters, and Eric Okwi has settled in there, and he has his man, and I don't think there's going to be any response from Prisons. But maybe, just maybe, it's the race. The race is still in our hands. Let's see what happens in the final 110 meters as they come to the final 100 meters. And this guy has found another gear. He has engaged another gear and says, okay, you took the individual 400 meters, but you are not taking this. You are not taking this title away from Team Prisons. And Prisons come in champions in the 4x4 meters relay. UA second, UPDF third. Wow. Congratulations, Team Prisons. They are very happy, the ladies especially, who are still, many of them are still on the pitch. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, watching us live, we have come to the end of our broadcast today. We are live in Nambole. We've been live in Nambole since morning. My name is Francis Onyango. I will say, I'm very blessed and honored to have been behind this microphone for this time. Holding the camera that is filming me is Mr. James Ogwang, and on the other camera that is viewing what's happening on track is Alfred Okumu. We had Kasim Latigo here earlier on, and we are happy to have been with you. Thank you very much for this season. We will be back, and we'll be back better, bigger, better in all ways. Thank you very much. Adios.